Mario, it's the platform.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here. I'm going to speak to you quickly. Yes, Tanya, can you hear me? Okay. Yeah. Hold on to me. Tanya, can you hear me?
Can you hear you loud and clear? Thanks, Mario.
Tanya, can you hear me?
All good. Thanks, Mario.
Recording in progress.
The House Chairperson.
There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Please be seated. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, the first item on today's order paper is questions addressed to ministers in Cluster 3, Governance. There are 4 supplementary questions on each question. Parties has given an indication of which questions the members wish to pose a supplementary question on. Order, honorable members. Adequate notice was given to parties for this purpose, and this was done to facilitate participation of members who are connecting to the sitting through the virtual platform. The members who will pose supplementary questions will be recognized by the presiding officer. In allocating opportunities for supplementary questions, the principle of fairness, amongst others, has been applied. If a member who is supposed to ask a supplementary question through the virtual platform is unable to do so due to technical difficulties, the party whip on duty will be allowed to ask the question on behalf of their member. And when all supplementary questions has been answered by the executive, we'll proceed to the next question on the order paper. The first question has been asked by the Honorable F.D. Kasa to the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The Department of Cooperative Governance in 2018 released the framework for LED, which is local economic development. The main intention of this was to guide all municipalities on how to approach LED in their areas of jurisdiction. And pursuant to the framework, the department partnered with various stakeholders. The first one was Anglo-American of South Africa, the branch, and Sibanye Stillwater, to, amongst others, strengthen the capability of municipalities and further assist in the infrastructure development of local municipalities. As we are speaking, Anglo-American is doing wastewater treatment in the municipality of Bujanala, and the Still Sibanye has finalized and concluded with LGCTA the training manuals for all local municipalities on LED. Furthermore, the department, together with SALGA, contracted with the Municipal Learning Institute, which is housed in eThekwini, and has been conducting master classes to build capabilities. The interventions which were required, amongst others, for this economic development and the role in local government, obviously, is to strengthen the capacity, but also to review all the LED outdated strategies and laws. And as a result, we have circulated to the Minister, Mr. Landabeni, the standard draft bylaws, which looks into township economies and how you will handle the small business, including the management of small businesses like spaza shop, small commercial and industrial economies in townships, which will be in line with the spatial resilience and development, good administration, and proper allocation of land use for governance of economic development. The department has also planned to implement, continue to implement this above interventions in the financial year of 2024-2025. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Kasa.
Thank you, Chair. Attracting private investment requires all spheres of government to play a role by leveraging their local competitive advantage and developing new industries through the DTM economic planning. Minister, considering the importance of catalytic projects in generating employment and fostering economic growth at local government level and private investment. Could you provide insight into the extent to which your department is actively assisting local municipalities in forming such projects by the public and private sector? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. The identification and confirmation of all our DD1 plan catalytic project is already beginning to show results. It's a collaborative effort, obviously, between the three spheres of government, and will side, for example, with the assistance of the Municipal Infrastructure Support Agency. MISA in brief, the 6 catalytic projects which have been concluded between Governor Municipality and Saso, Skukune District Municipality, led by the Department of Water and Sanitation, consolidated all the 6 mining houses to develop water to the tune of about 6 billion for the Libalelo water works. And we also, within these intergovernmental forums and structures, continue to provide guidance and assistance through the provincial support teams, which are headed by the Office of the Premier, supported by MISAS. And we have also developed and put experts, for example, in about 11 municipalities in the Northwest. They've established a result management office, which ensures that we give the skills for the identification and the financing. And finally, the department has contracted DBSA on behalf of municipalities, one, to develop catalytic projects, but to also find a pipeline and streams of financing projects that could be able to develop locally for municipalities and financially may not be affordable to those municipalities. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable MGE Hendricks. The Honorable Hendricks. The Honorable Hendricks. The Honorable Member is online, but his microphone is muted. Honorable Hendricks, will you switch on your microphone? It seems to me the Honorable Member is not aware that I'm calling him. The next supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Groenewald.
Thank you, House Chair. Mayors play a big role in the local economy, but in Lekwatamani, a small town with a small economy in the northwest, the biggest employer of the area is struggling to get responses from the municipality for crucial planning of their business, to such an extent that the business is planning to close down operations and move out of the area. The same as Clover did in Ditsabotla. This business put food on the table for 18,000 people out of a population of 60,000 through employment. This is detrimental to the local economy, and job losses is a major scale just because of no communication from an ANC municipality and the cadres that have been deployed there. Minister, what will you tell the 7-year-old girl that is going to school hungry because her dad that do not have work anymore? When that little girl asks you, why did the ANC municipality not respond promptly to a mere thing as an email, but the mayor can rent a car for a cost of 70,000 Rand per month? Thank you, House Chair.
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. I manage municipalities. I don't manage parties who govern those municipalities. But nonetheless, I will say to the 7-year-old girl, as I take over from what you have raised, look into the email that have been sent to the mayor, collaborate, as I've said already in the Northwest, 11 of the municipalities, jointly ourselves at National Cocta and Provincial Cocta, has already dispatched, has already dispatched capacity and support to assist those municipalities, amongst other things, to deal with service delivery, catalytic projects, and create a friendly local economic development and a systematic process that is user-friendly for business. And I will ensure that the Tsobota currently, that has already been, we have given support, we have also given additional administration, we have undertaken the count of the employees to ensure that everybody outside the audit qualifies, but also there are no ghost workers that were input in the system so that it will improve. But I will help Honorable Kneval. Now I know there's an email that was sent and the mayor didn't respond to it. You will get a response.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Sheikh Imam.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honorable Minister, for economic development or economic growth in a local municipality, one needs resources. Municipalities are continuously complaining that we do not allocate enough funding to them. However, the funding that we allocate, and supply chain has made it very clear, 40% on goods and services is lost because you don't get value for money. What measures are you putting in place to capacitate those officials there, together with ensuring that the corruption is reduced in order to be able to boost economic development in those areas?
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Honorable, the department, as I indicated earlier on, one, we drafted the policy. Secondly, we assisted municipalities with the framework for implementation. Thirdly, we placed for capacity and development. We appointed an institute to train both officials and councillors to ensure that they are able to got into partnership with business, particularly that is found in most of the areas within the businesses. We also appointed DPSA to provide capacity. Fiscal allocation with regard to LED is categorized under the equitable share, where municipalities, all of them locally, get the equitable share for them to divide and cut the pie to the needs of their areas. Maybe we will assist at the supply chain only with the categorization, but as you know, supply chain is not part of necessarily financial planning, but is part of financial spending. So we may want to go and look into the financial planning side of municipalities for them to be able to categorize. In the past financial year, we actually even did an auditor's culture of who is legitimately employed in the local economic development. Do they understand? Can they form strategies? If you go to our one plans now, we're all district, except of course those who don't want to be part of the DDM because they choose not to, City of Cape Town, Etoile and all that. They do not have a local economy. No, don't worry, you have rented it down. You can't even keep beds. What about local economic development? Capacitate officials, so you will be able to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, let me just recognize the Honorable Hendricks to see if he can connect now.
I have. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Please proceed, Honorable Hendricks.
Thank you very much. Minister, the government has provided 2 billion rand to combat gender-based violence. And this money is found in different government departments. As we are nearing the end of the financial year, can the minister request these departments to allocate the money they still have for the gender-based budgets and assist struggling NGOs before the budget year ends? Thank you very much.
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. We run cooperative governance. The program is headed by the Office of the President, and the Minister is here. And the allocation that has been made is to assist the social office and special focus offices that the Office of the Mayors in most municipalities run. It's not a direct budget that goes to municipalities. Municipalities also do allocate. I do believe that we could find additional information from our sister department to be able to respond appropriately into the 2 billion, but we do not get an allocation. But yet mayors are not stopped from their own budget to allocate for GPV and any other societal ill, substance abuse and all that, that they could be prevalent in their area to deal with them on the social ills. On 2 billion,
thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, we'll proceed to the next question, which is question number 162, that has been asked by the Honorable Schreiber to the Minister of Public Service and Administration. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. In view of the recent recommendations by, okay, that's the question. The response is to the effect that all appointments in the public service are made in terms of legislation governing employment of employees in the entire public service, which are the Public Service Act of 1994, the Employment of Educators Act of 1998, the Correctional Services Act of 1998, the Defense Act of 2002, the Intelligence Services Act of 2002, and the South African Police Services Act of 1995. The Minister continues to lead and support the government policy on professionalization of the public service, which is an initiative emanating from the President's response plan to the Judicial Commission of Inquiry into allegations of state capture, corruption, and fraud in the public sector, including organs of state. As this issue is currently on appeal by the Democratic Alliance, let me remind this House that the court has found no wrongdoing by the Department of Public Service and Administration. Thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Schreiber.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Chair, as I listen to the Minister's response, I do wonder if she's aware of a new report from the Public Service Commission entitled Public Service Reforms Towards Professionalism, a Public Service Commission Perspective. With this document, the PSC joins the State Capture Commission, the Framework for the Professionalization of the Public Sector, and the new Code for Ethical Leadership in its rebellion against cadre deployment. The PSC, as the custodian of professional ethics in the public sector, says, and I quote, "The role of the ANC Deployment Committee cannot be ignored. The current emphasis on political deployment needs to be replaced by a focus on building a professional public service that is sufficiently autonomous to insulate it from political patronage." End quote. Chair, despite the growing rebellion against cadre deployment, the Deputy President yesterday told the National Council of Provinces that ANC cadre deployment is, quote, brilliant. So, Honourable Minister, who do you agree with? The Public Service Commission, which has joined the rebellion against cadre deployment, or the Deputy President, who defies the PSC, the Zondo Commission, and other institutions by continuing to defend cadre deployment corruption as brilliant? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Let me indicate once more that the Democratic Alliance has chosen to take the matter which it lost in court on appeal. So they can't come and want to reopen that court discussion here. Here, we debate the professionalization report from the PSC is what we are acting on as the ANC-led government. Thank you.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Notnagel. Order, Honourable Members. The Honourable Notnagel.
Thank you. The narrative that the deployment of cadres is unconstitutional and unlawful has no basis in law. Hence, the High Court correctly found that the DA failed to point out to any text neither in the Constitution nor any statuses that supports their claims. It is an ideological and philosophical preoccupation of liberal extremists and neoconservatives who want to declare as unlawful and unconstitutional any policy that seeks to dismantle and transform the apartheid colonial and patriarchal social and economic legacies. Their case was a failed anti-transformation intervention through the courts.
What are the global patterns of governing parties and the deployment of senior officials in the state relative to cadre deployment as practiced by the ANC, and what the DA practices where it governs through its federal committee chaired by Helen Zille? I thank you.
Honourable members, before I recognize the Honourable Minister, may I make an appeal to you that when the Honourable members ask the question, you expect the Minister to respond. Now, there's such a lot of discussions taking place very loudly in between that it's even difficult from this side to follow what the Honourable members is saying. So please, if you have an urgent matter that you feel cannot wait until later on, just go out of the chamber and go and discuss it with your colleague outside. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you once more, House Chair. I will repeat and indicate that the cadre deployment policy of the ANC, the court has ruled on that there's nothing unconstitutional about it. Actually, with respect to the follow-up question, what is practice the world over is that when there are changes in political party leadership in any government, the staff, the managers that have been there, we've seen it happening between the Republicans and the Democrats as they dance in the US. We've seen in the Western Cape, Utatum Gokri, when he was an MM here, he was chased out when the Democratic DA won. So there's nothing, there's truly nothing that I don't know what it is that the DA wants to see or wants to find, but you make them look better when you say they are liberal parties. In my view, I still would want to see what is liberal in the policies that they drive. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Denner.
Thank you, House Chair.
Order, Honourable members.
Honourable Minister, a lot of fuss is being made about the professionalisation framework. I think you've mentioned it 4 times in your answers today already. So I want to know, do you agree that the mere fact that the professionalisation framework is necessary 30 years into ANC government is an acknowledgement that the public service has deteriorated under your government to a place where we need this framework and where professionalisation of the public service has to start from scratch? And if you do not agree with that, then why is this professionalisation framework being held as the answer to all the problems that South Africans face with the public service 30 years into ANC governance? Thank you, Minister. Thank you, House Chair.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you again, House Chair. It's quite interesting that now all of a sudden the professionalization framework is a fuss. But in any event, let us remind the honorable members that this 30 years, it has been a 30 years of transforming both the public service and society. It's a 30 years of changing the quality of life of citizens. And the drivers of that changing of quality of life are public servants. We can never be comfortable and say, because they are doing well, there's nothing that must be done. The professionalization framework seeks to take to a higher level the rate of transformation that has been taking place, which we have been driving in the public service. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Sheikh Imam.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honourable Minister, it is quite clear, despite all the efforts being made in this regard, we still have serious challenges in the public sector, based on the fact that many of them are not fit for purpose, are not capacitated. Is it possible that your department can consider having an independent body to deal with the issues of appointments and employment of office bearers?
The Honourable Minister, did you catch that question?
It's just the last part, which talks about the independent body. I'm not sure to do what.
Can I repeat, Chairperson?
Honourable Sheikh Imam, will you just clearly repeat the question? And
Thank you,
speak into
Chairperson.
your microphone, please.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. Honourable Minister, despite all the efforts to deal with the issue of the appointments and or employment of office bearers in the country, we are still sitting with a serious problem of the lack of capacity and corruption and cadre deployment amongst all political parties. Is it possible for us to have an independent body of experts to deal with the appointments and employments without any interference from politicians, political parties? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. Let me remind the honourable members here that in front of the NCOP now, this House first approved 2 bills which talk to the agenda into the 7th term of office around how to further professionalize the public service. And part of those bills talk to the question of appointments, how they will be conducted. I'm not sure now what the honorable member, when they have passed the bill, what is this that is new that he expects of me? Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. That concludes that question. Yes, Honourable Member, why are you rising?
Sorry, Chair, I'd just like to rise on a point of privilege and section 47(3)(c) of the Constitution, which deals with membership of Parliament. Now, the Honourable Sheikh had a press conference last week where he announced himself as starting a new party. Now, I think it's important.
Let's give the Honourable Member a chance. Order, Honourable Members. Order, order. Maybe you know a little bit more than I do, but let's hear the member.
So, Chairperson, he started a new party. I think it's very important that Parliament confirms the membership of his existing party and whether he has a right to still be a member of this House.
Thank you. Honourable members. Honourable members, that is a matter that will be dealt with outside of the question session. I have not seen any correspondence from anywhere alluding to that. And I'm quite sure, order, honourable members, I'm quite sure that the party will inform Parliament accordingly if such a change will occur. I will now proceed, order. I will now proceed to question 134 that has been asked by the Honourable Manyi to the Minister in the Presidency responsible for planning, monitoring and evaluation. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. On a biannual basis, the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation submits a comprehensive report on the performance of government departments, sectors and entities of the implementation of the MTSF in line with the 7 priorities of our 6th administration. The reports always contain recommendations for the consideration and intervention by the Cabinet clusters, Forum of Directors Generals, which is also called FOSSED, and the individual departments. DPME also have to identify issues emanating from the reports that should be included in the APPs, subject to availability of resources in line with the budget. The National Treasury is responsible for monitoring the budget, taking into consideration the input from ourselves as DPME and other centers of government such as the Presidency, Department of Public Service and Administration, and definitely COGTA. Budget expenditure reports developed by the National Treasury are presented to various decision-making bodies such as the Cabinet. Recently, the government has spent a great deal of time focusing on the situation in local government due to poor spending arising out of lack of capacity, poor planning and execution programs, and that we did get, of course, from the AG. These reports enable the Cabinet to identify early warnings and areas of intervention. This is part of why we are explaining that the leadership shown by President Ramaphosa in mobilizing the private sector to engage with government to deal with the challenges of electricity and logistics industries, as well as fighting against crime in the country, will definitely be able to assist us to talk about an active citizenry as we speak about capacity of government.
The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Mani.
Yeah, thank you, House Chair. Minister, you know, actually, as I sort of predicted that you would go in broad strokes, could you take South African people into your confidence and elaborate on the specific early warning indicators that you observed regarding this deteriorating government performance and increasing budget deficit? What exactly did you see, if you saw anything?
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. I've just explained that the National Treasury is the one that is responsible for budgets. Now, how do we see if APPs are not going to be implemented in time? We do that by sitting, which is usually a panel that is made out of the President, myself, and the Deputy President. Then we go through an evaluation and assessment of ministerial.
I'm asking for specifics, Minister, please.
No. Honorable Mani. Honorable members. Order, honorable members. Honorable Mani, you had your chance to ask your question. The minister is now replying.
Yes, thank you. You asked a question and I'm replying. It's not you replying, it's me. So you listen to my answer. Listen to my answer. Now, I am saying, if you don't want to listen, it's okay, but I will answer. I am saying that through assessment of priorities that we have put in place from the APP, it's where we are able to see if programs that have been put in place are actually implemented or they will be derailed. And that's how we are able to then now go around and be able to intervene by writing letters, by engaging, and by making sure that our outcome facilitators would sit with different departments, including municipalities, to ensure that we go through each and everything that we would have been able to identify so that we can respond. That is my answer.
Order. The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Pillay.
Honorable Minister, planning is a critical factor in determining the success or outcomes of policy implementation. Multiple internal and external factors have been found to cause patterns of underspending in government. What planning interventions is the department implementing to enhance planning at an operational level?
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. You know, in fact, we have realized that the issue of planning is not only something that is special in our country, but it is all over the globe. We were responsible for something that is called PIKI in AU. I'm just giving an example. And we really realized that one of the reasons that some of the implementation on infrastructure project is not moving forward is precisely because of this challenge. Now, from our side, we're saying that in order to enhance planning at an operational level and to resolve problems in communities, the department has prioritized the tracking of implementation of basic services in local communities. And recently, the DPME assessed 29 municipalities in terms of their capacity to provide basic services. That report was shared with the DGs in governance, state capacity and institutional development cluster. Currently, the report is being discussed in COCTA to work out improvement mechanism to support those municipalities, in addition to various other supportive interventions in place. COCTA is the responsible department to coordinate the implementation of DPME's recommendations at local government level. The DPME has also collaborated with the Department of Cooperative Governance to analyze and improve the quality of the DDMs. One plans in order to provide a coherent longer-term vision and plan to each district and the metropolitan areas, drawing inputs from all government and broader society. Lately, I've been informed that our department has been able to pilot some of the DDMs that are in place, and those are namely OR Tambo and eThekwini and Waterberg. And this have been able to support our cluster interventions to be able to register progress in that regard. Furthermore, the DPME has also tracking frontline services, prioritizing the payment of social grant to ensure the quality of services and have
Honorable Minister,
engagement with department.
thank you for the response. Your time is now expired. The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Maglua. The Honorable Maglua.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, cadre deployment and corruption is nothing new within the ANC. Do you agree with me, Minister, that cadre deployment and corruption contributes to budget deficits, aging infrastructure, and also investor confidence are very low? You've been mentioning so many reports. Can you, Minister, hand those reports over to me after this sitting? Because the DA has a better plan to rescue South Africa, not reports and nothing is happening in our country. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister.
Cadre development is a very important part of making sure that whatever it is that any political party needs to make sure that it happens when they win elections is actually deploying. And I'm saying this precisely because when you do cadre development, you take people who are qualified to ensure that whatever it is that you have said in your manifesto does take place. That's what cadre development is about. And I think there's a misconception about that, but we will have education to assist you with that. In terms of the report, there is always a platform where you can go and get those reports. Whatever it is that you need are on platform of government websites. You can freely just go into your smartphone or whatever it is that you have and get it for yourself. I'm not your PA. Thank you.
Order. The last supplementary question. Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Tebekulu.
Thank you, House Chairperson. In light of various plans and initiatives launched by President Ramaphosa, such as the Economic Recovery and Reconstruction Plan.
Honorable members, I requested you earlier that we give the minister who's supposed to respond to the question a fair opportunity to hear the follow-up question. Otherwise, the minister will not be able to respond. Please abide by that. Honorable member, why do you want to be recognized?
House Chair, I just want to ask you to please advise the ministers that when they respond, they are actually responding to the people of South Africa. To have an answer
Honorable member, please take your seat.
To have an answer that says, I'm not a PA.
No, please take your seat.
It's an out of order answer.
Honorable member, take your seat. Order. Order, honorable members. The Honorable Tebekulu.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Order, honorable members.
In light of the various plans and initiatives launched by President Ramaphosa, such as the Economic Recovery and Reconstruction Plan and the ESCOM Compact, how does the ministry assess the alignment of these initiatives with the key elements outlined in the proposed economy roadmap, taking into account the shortcomings of government departments? When one even go further to look into the challenges that government departments have returned some of its unspent funds back to Treasury, but delivery has not been provided to the communities. What is the minister's response on that one? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. I couldn't hear the whole question. However, I will answer where I think I've been able to hear what the honorable member was asking. The department have what we call, or a section that is called, that deals with outcome facilitators. Our outcome facilitators are based on sectors. So when it comes to policies and programs of government, those outcome facilitators bi-monthly make sure that they go and get reports from different departments, and we will then now be able to continue to have a report that we will give to cabinet. every 6 months to say that this is what we have been able to see, this is what we said, and it hasn't happened. Therefore, the intervention should be based on the following. And we do that together with our sister departments, because at the end of the day, whatever it is that is planned for government, it will then now be based on what we have been able to advise based or recommend based on what we have been able to gather from those processes that I've just spoken about.
Honourable members, question number 149 has been asked by the Honourable A.S. Shlongo to the Minister in the Presidency for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The South African National Defence Force-led National Youth Service represents a nationally coordinated government and industry-wide effort to reinforce our nation's ongoing war on youth unemployment through a massification of value chain-driven, sector-specific skills development, enterprise development, production brigades, and infant industries to power up South Africa's reindustrialization target. In response to high structural unemployment, lack of industrial dynamism, high levels of market concentration, and legacy barriers to market access for new players, the program will reinforce a deliberate and seamless skills to industry pipeline by training, capacitating, and leveraging the linkages between research and development, productivity, and empowerment of emerging industrialists. To this end, each national service stream or pathway, whichever you want to call it, will have an enterprise development, technology transfer, commercialization unit responsible for infant industries development, product development, market access, and of course, expansion from domestic to region and to global value chains. We expect the program to nurture and graduate sustainable and viable commercial enterprises that will absorb national service graduates and trade in domestic and regional markets. Further, we will bring together all government departments and agencies to leverage the rich capacity, will, and nationwide presence of the South African National Defence Force for skills development, technology transfer, practical work-based learning, and of course, the Defence Force will also build character and leadership capabilities. The government-wide initiative will also capacitate youth into patriotic force multipliers and first responders to some of the nation's most immediate challenges, such as natural disasters, crime, declining infrastructure, low-level literacy, inadequate access to primary health care, amongst others. The initial national service stream will start with 5 streams. The first one would be food and agriculture value chain commercialization. The second will be maritime and oceans economy. The third will be engineering, construction, manufacturing, and infrastructure rollout. The fourth will be the skills of the future. This will include a focus on digital technologies, electronics, robotics, and platform economies, amongst others. The fifth one would be the defense industries, public safety and security stream. This will include areas such as facility management, aerospace, amongst others. The first cohort will be 100,000 recruited from across the 9 provinces. But of course, that will be the first cohort and it will grow from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Shlongo.
Thank you very much, Minister, for the response. The Defence Force is critical in building a nation and is a social and nation symbol. We are happy that this program will allow the youth to gain skills and comprehend patriotism. What social value can the SANDF contribute to our society through their specialized skills and experience? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you. As you say, Honorable Member, the Defence Force will build character, will give discipline to these young people, besides giving them the skills, technology transfer, and everything else. And that means that you will have a cohort of young, disciplined entrepreneurs who are patriotic as well, because that's what the Defence Force is about. You can't be in the Defence Force if you are not patriotic. Thank you.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Opperman.
Minister, what steps will you take to ensure that these capacitated youth are absorbed in the job market and that they are living self-sustaining lives with real jobs thereafter?
Honourable Minister.
Obviously, you didn't quite listen to what I said. I said they'll be trained in skills, there'll be technology transfer, they'll be trained as entrepreneurs, there'll be research and development, and there'll be commercialization of that research and development results. So we're trying here not to produce job seekers. We're trying to produce young industrialists. Thank you.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Kawula. Order, honourable members.
Ngibonge Chair. Minister, ngokukhulu nje ukuhlonipha. Umangameli wakho uCyril Ramaphosa wathi ucela ukuthunywa ukuze alethe intuthuko kubantu bala eSouth Africa. Manje nginenkinga ke la. Ingane zethu zifundile, ziqedile ezikoleni. I-question leyo. So umsebenzi azutholi. Mhlambe ubonile eThekwini odokotela bekhala ngemsebenzi. Kanjalo nama social worker anenkinga yomsebenzi. Ibothisha abafundile. Ngabe wayesho ukuthi uzobathuma ukuthi uzobenzela amajoyinti nalama tavern agcwele ama corner to corner abulala iyouth yethu na. Angilwi but ngicela impendulo oba ngibona mina kusho ukuthi yena ama tavern lawa agcwele emalokishini abantu abamnyama.
Honourable member, your time is now expired. Thank you. Honourable Minister. Order, honourable members.
Ngiyabonga. Kokuqala nje ngokukhulu ukuhlonipha Mama Khawula. Akuyona i-follow up question lo yibusile. Uzibuzele nje yakhe into engahlangene nento ebengiyikhuluma. Kokuqala, kwesibili ungamuphi mina umongameli welizwe, umongameli wethu sonke. Manje usumupha mina umongameli welizwe, umongameli wakho nawe. Indaba yodokotela bangasebenzi mangabe wawulalele ngesikhathi uminister wezimali ekhuluma wathi uzoyikhipha imali ukuze nalabo dokotela bakwazi ukuthola imisebenzi. Izophuma ke imali bazoyithola umsebenzi. Mhlambe sebanye sebeqalile ukuyithola sebeya. So sengisho ukuthi yebo beyikhona leyo nkinga. Kodwa into mawuthi i-problem kusho ukuthi solution isuka ikhona. Solution ke seyivelile ukuthi akhiphe imali more iye kwa health bakwazi ukuqasha odokotela.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable M.D. Schlengwa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, protecting our borders has been a priority of Inkatha Freedom Party, more especially under Prince Mangosuthu Buthelez's leadership. Exactly. What I would like to know with regard to an African free trade agreement, how will youth be capacitated under SANDF to protect our borders against illegal exports, damage our economy, and threaten jobs? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Ngiyabonga mamhlengwa noma ke ungekho ngqo kodwa ngizozama ukuphendula. Kokuqala nje i-African Continental Free Trade ino protocol eseceleni, i-protocol for women and youth trade. Ngoba i-African Continental Free Trade kubone kubalekile ukuthi abantu besifazane bangashiwa ngaphandle kule trade, nentsha ingashiwa ngaphandle. So ngiyocela ukuthi uyibheke le protocol khona uzohamba la uhamba khona, utshela umama, utshela intsha ukuthi nabo badingeka ukuthi bahwebe ngale African Continental Free Trade. I-Defence Force ke kuloko engikubalile ngishilo ngathi umkhakha wesihlanu, it's defense and security industries. So bazobona ke bona ukuthi babatraina kukuphi, benze inkampani zani ukuze siphephe la eMzansi. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, we'll proceed to question number 131 that has been asked by the Honourable Loate to the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Section 71 of the Municipal Structures Act, read together with Section 32 of the Municipal Finance Management Act, give us provisions on how to manage the fruitless wasteful expenditure that could be incurred by municipalities. What the department did, supplementary to what the acts both say, was a circular which was developed to ensure to assist municipalities on the implementation and give them guidance on how to manage the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, how to respond to the AG, and how to create their action plans. And supplementary to that, the establishment of municipal audit committees, which is MPEC, were to review the comments, but also to ensure that one, all councils do appoint chairs of MPEC, as it's mandated by the review of the Systems Act, the Structures Act. And secondly, all of them were trained. And thirdly, all of them were given the guidelines which compels the chairperson on a quarterly basis, amongst other things, to place a report to council on any of the either irregular, unauthorized, and any of the forensic that the department could have done, or even reports that could be done by the community in reporting any misdoing that could be happening in a municipality. A code of conduct was developed, which also calls for the appointment of the forums in municipalities, but also creation of disciplinary boards. Amongst those, therefore, is to say that the forum is compelled, one, to discuss the audit outcomes, the audit action plan, to oversee it, but also to ensure that the municipality acts according to Section 32, which is reporting back on a monthly basis, coupled with Section 71 of the MFMA, where they deal with their reconciliation of finances on a day-to-day basis. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Loate. Is the Honourable Member on the platform? The Honourable Loate.
House Chair. All right. Yes, you can.
Yes, we can hear you, Honorable Member. You may proceed. Your microphone is muted, Honorable Member. Just switch it on. No. Honorable Luate, are you in a position to ask a follow-up question?
Chair, Chair,
Please proceed.
yes. The further question to the minister is whether she has taken any extraordinary action with regard to the whole of the Free State, Limpopo, and Northwest, where the failure to obtain a single clean audit reflects on the extent and level to which the mechanisms and measures of accountability is broken in local government. If not, why not? If so, what actions has been taken?
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. With regards to improving the audit outcomes in Free State, Limpopo, and Northwest, we collaborated with the provincial departments. We support municipalities in development, as I had said, beyond what the legislation has already done in November 2021 in terms of enhancement. We also support all the issues which have been raised by the Auditor General. But also, COGTA at the national level through with provinces, key of the outcomes of what is synonymous with all the municipalities in the Free State, Limpopo, Northwest, and a portion of KwaZulu-Natal is record management and keeping with regard to the transactions in the supply chain that has been made. And 30 municipalities have been adopted by the program of COGTA of one, records management and asset improvement. You will recall that in asset, that's where you get the inventories of all the infrastructure related records to improve the capacity. It is very difficult for a small normal municipality to know, for example, how many boreholes do they have, but that program supports them in the asset and the records management. So currently, the last municipality in Limpopo which had a disclaimer was Mopan and is out of disclaimer because of the support program into a qualified, and it's still part of the municipal audit support program plan that the department runs jointly with SALGA. And currently we have enlisted 14 municipalities beyond the provinces that we have listed to support them to be able to improve their audit outcomes. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Simango.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Minister, the reliance on consultant in local government reflects a lack of sufficient technical capabilities within the municipalities, particularly those in rural areas and low revenue generation locations. The inability of many municipalities to attract and retain qualified personnel is a limitation, and appointing officials without requisite skills worsens the conditions. Now, Minister, the question is, what measures is the minister implementing to strengthen financial and engineering technical capabilities in municipalities which are struggling? I thank you.
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. MISA is tasked with, amongst other functions, ensuring that we develop the infrastructural capacity, which is mostly at an engineering level, to ensure that we assist municipalities with planning, delivery, operation, and then sometimes being on site to ensure that they're able to start their projects, but also conclude them. They are running a program on upskilling and reskilling of municipal staff and officials to ensure that the municipal skills and the skill pipeline is being developed. And secondly, we also looked into a partnership ourselves with Engineering South Africa to ensure that we adopt a program of all engineers in the municipalities together with the regional planners to deal with the sufficient allocation of land use that municipalities have. And thirdly, we have dealt with the recruitment and the capacity building of municipalities with regard to the development of competency frameworks to allow or to assist municipalities to be able to appoint correctly. And finally, together with the Department of National Treasury, we have already submitted the draft report to Cabinet in terms of the review of all and audit of all CFOs in the municipal space. And guess those who always think that there is a cadre deployment, 97% of the financial units in our municipalities meet the requirements. They are chartered accountants, more educated than I am. What is of importance now, which is the second step, is to take them through a program that has been developed by National Treasury, which makes them compliant with regard to Municipal Finance Management Act, which is called MFMP, given by the University of Wits Business School and the University of Pretoria for further enhancement in government management. Ngiyabonga.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Smaller.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Municipalities fail to manage their financial affairs in terms of the Municipal Systems Act, the MFMA, and has been characterized as dysfunctional municipalities by the AG. During his medium-term budget policy statement, Minister Gondwana announced that they received several applications from municipalities to have their Eskom debt totaling to 56.8 billion rand written off.
No. Honorable Kaula, I've requested previously. It's unfair what you're doing. It's unfair. May I request those members who are conversing across the floor with one another to go outside and just continue the discussions outside, please. Please repeat the question, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chair. Municipalities failed to manage their financial affairs in terms of the Systems Act and the MFMA and has been characterized by dysfunctional municipalities by the AG. During his medium-term budget policy statement, Minister Gondwana announced that they received several applications from municipalities to have their Eskom debt totaling 56.8 billion rand written off. The minister further emphasized and said, provided that these municipalities will meet the following conditions, include enforcing strict credit controls, enhanced revenue collection, and up-to-date payments to current accounts owed to Eskom. With 66 or 25% dysfunctional municipalities, a further 107 or 41% medium risk, and only 10% stable municipalities, what guarantees can the minister give that municipalities will comply with these conditions and adhere to the various sets of laws and regulations, and that administrative accountability will be the order of the day? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Jointly, COGTA and National Treasury have put up a program one and the criteria of the selection of the municipalities. Beyond the 67 that you talk about, the 107, which are also not financially stable, which are mostly small and rural municipalities. We are looking into the fiscal on how they will be allocated. The support and the guarantees is as we review and manage and monitor municipalities on a month-to-month basis, jointly with National Treasury through Section 71. And I'll make an example. In the last financial year, Swane applied to take 900 million of its infrastructure grant to pay the Eskom bill, and we approved that as COGTA, and they paid Eskom bill to the tune of 900 million, but they still now owing triple. I've got no guarantees because I've given them the money and the debt continues, but I monitor them on a monthly basis. Their applications, I looked on the merit basis, and where it's necessary, they get approved. 900 million of infrastructure paid to.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable I.M. Groenewald.
Thank you, House Chair. Local government legislation deal with how to address UIF and W, and Minister named those legislation earlier on. And one of it is that the municipal manager must lay criminal charges at the SAPS. so it must be investigated. We know that almost no municipality complied with this legislation. No municipal manager were held responsible for not complying to legislation in terms of their performance contracts. So, Minister, as custodian of national legislation, what steps have you taken for municipal managers to comply with this legislation, and what mechanisms did you put in place to hold them responsible to lay criminal charges in terms of UIF and W? Thank you, House Chair.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I'm not sure when he says there are no municipalities. Currently, forwarded cases from municipalities, including their forensic, to the law enforcement agencies, SIU and Hawks, are totaling 324. 324 that has been referred from municipalities to law enforcement agencies. Only 19 of those were the declarations that were signed by the president at the application of municipalities. Who are currently, as you might have seen, we had a round robin in terms of dealing with our ethical strategy, where the NPA also came to make a presentation of the 324, how far are they with regard to prosecution. So we do submit, Honorable Chair, and it's aligned to what I had raised in Section 32 of the MFMA. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, question number 154 has been asked by the Honourable Piri to the Minister in the Presidency. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. And thank you to Honorable Piri for the question. As part of the Brand SA mandate of developing and implementing the nation brands marketing and brand reputation management, the Brand SA undertakes continuous brand reputation monitoring and coverage assessment and develops targeted responses or initiatives. Some of these initiatives include a campaign to clarify why the continued participation of South Africa in the AGOA is not only beneficial to South Africa, but is more beneficial to the US and the other participating countries in Africa. And this was done to support the work of the DTIC in ensuring that the US considers a favorable extension of the AGOA treaty, and that a favorable extension was considered for 10 years. Also, Brand SA undertook the reinforcement of the government messaging around the strength of the regulatory environment in South Africa during the unfounded allegations of the Russia weapon sale that were proven to be wrong. Brand SA ran a campaign that reinforced the message that the regulatory environment in South Africa is not only sound, but it is also transparent. In addition, and with the collaboration with the GCIS on fake news, Brand SA continues to work with GCIS to make sure that when fake news are detected, they can be certified as that and be distributed across all our agencies and our missions with the support of the DECO to make sure that no fake messages are distributed internationally and GCIS domestically. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Piri.
Kia dumedisha kitamishe modulasetulo le maloko a palamente ga mmogo le setšhaba ka kakaretšo. Minister, ke leboga karabo ya gago o boletše ka AGOA le di-initiatives tše dingwe. Empa yaka ke a boya gape ke re Minister, South Africa has several multilateral and bilateral relations with various nations such as AF2 and BRICS+. In particular, Minister, what initiative is Brand SA implementing to increase the economic opportunities for South African enterprises with the two AF2 and the BRICS+ nations? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Ke a leboga House Chairperson, ke a leboga gape go Honourable Piri. Brand SA e thušana le DTIC le Proudly South Africa go taba ya African Free Continental Trade Agreement he gona bjanong e thomile o ba implemented
Rene Ribereka, Liba DTIC as Brand SA, Liba Proudly South Africa, we ensure already goods the CPG, who launch the coming into effect of the free movement of goods treaty of the African Free Continental Trade Movement. We could have participation of South African businesses. In addition, Brand SA works to organize participation in support of DTIC of South African businesses in the initiatives of either BRICS Plus now, as they started previously BRICS, and also the AFCTA, all of them, including at the World Economic Forum. Brand SA leads the marketing of Brand South Africa and the products that are from South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Maglua.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Minister, I'm unconcerned about the so-called steps mentioned by you. I'm not sure which Brand SA you're talking about, because since November 2022, Brand SA does not have a board. You must be ashamed, Minister, that for 3 years you failed with the reconfiguration of Brand SA. You failed to appoint a board. Minister, do you agree with me that both South African Brands SA's reputations is tarnished because of cadre deployment? Honorable Tobias is a simple example. She was a member of parliament before. She came back. She was deployed to Brand SA. She came back here. And if you ask her questions like use, I'm not your PA, Handias, Brand SA does not exist.
Before the Honourable Minister reply, I see the end of the Honourable period.
Unfortunately, it's finished. House Chair, I wanted to say it's a new question. Honourable Maglua.
No, Honourable Piri. No, Honourable Piri, but Honourable members, may I just remind you, and the Honourable Maglua is aware of the rules of the National Assembly, that if you are casting aspersions on any sitting member of Parliament, you must do so by a substantive motion, and you cannot simply throw out the name. You make certain allegations around the member without submitting a substantive motion. You are fully aware of that provision, and I request honourable members to respect the rules of the House that all of us are the custodians of, and not to deliberately violate the rules just to make a political point. It's unacceptable. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair, and thank you also on your really in terms of the casting of aspersions. And because Honorable Madua casted aspersions without a substantive motion, I'll choose not to respond to this question, but to indicate that there is a board of Brand SA appointed by the President. Thank you.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Manyi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Very quickly, I want to congratulate Minister Nkadiming. I think she knows her story. Minister, by way of example.
Order, honourable members. Order.
Stay.
Order, honourable members.
Minister. Chair.
Honourable members, let us give the member the opportunity to ask his question.
Staying with
Order, Honourable Piri. Honourable Piri, you had the opportunity. Let's give the other member an opportunity to ask a question. Please proceed.
They are jealous of Minister Nkadiming. Chair. Thank you, House Chair. Staying on
Order, honourable members. The honourable man is itching to ask his question. Ask the question.
Staying on the fake news theme, Minister. By way of example, how has Brand SA dealt with the perception that the Comrade Zondo, I beg your pardon, Judge Zondo Commission was a witch hunt for all those opposed to Mr. Ramaphosa, given that all others that were implicated in his report are actually back in Parliament and all of this? How is Brand SA dealing with the perception that South Africa does not take?
Chairperson, point of order.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Chairperson, point of order.
What is a point of order, honorable member?
Chairperson, the member on the platform has just referred to the sitting judge of the Constitutional Court and cast aspersions that he is a comrade. I think it's definitely out of order according to Rule 88.
Yes. Honorable Manyi, will you withdraw that comment, please?
No, Chairperson, I think Honorable Khatib has got a listening problem. I did withdraw immediately. I said,
Honorable member, just withdraw the remark. That's all.
I repeat the withdrawal.
Thank you. Honorable Minister.
But he's a comrade.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. And indeed, it's a new question. But given that this parliamentary discussion is a matter of interest and is being watched by South Africans, I'd like to clarify the following. The report on the Commission on State Capture was submitted to Parliament with an implementation plan which was adopted. And as the executive, we are implementing the findings. So there has not been a witch hunt on that part. And you talk about members who are back in Parliament. I do not know that there's a new Parliament already. I thought we were going to elections on the 29th of May and the IEC will then declare election results. As it refers to the ANC list process and any other process, the ANC has clarified the process they followed to develop their list through a nomination process, through an interview process, through the work of their own integrity committee, through the work of their national disciplinary committee, and also vetting. And those questions, when you want to ask, refer to the ANC and allow South Africans to determine whether the leadership pool that the ANC has put into their ballot is going to take this country forward. And as members of the ANC on this side of the aisle, we have confidence in the list of the ANC. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, I've been informed that the request for the last supplementary question was not received. We will thus proceed to question number 152 that has been asked by the Honorable Piri to the Minister in the Presidency for Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. The NPC, as the custodian of the National Development Plan, is responsible, of course, for the broader and long-term vision of our country, which is done now Vision 2030. And it comprises of a number of experts, which are from multidisciplinary sectors. And as a result, whatever it is that we do, we make sure that we take it from an informed sense of research. Now, what the NPC does is that it advises the president, as I've already said, it also advises the cabinet. But at the end of the day, what becomes more important is that we do make sure that we engage different stakeholders so that we can then now be able to make sure that whatever it is that the NDP speaks about is also aligned with the provincial growth and development strategies, the IDPs, and all the other policies that are put in place in order to be able to make sure that government speaks as one and it moves as one. Thank you.
The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Piri.
Ndiyalibwa mudzulatsitulo. Vho Minister, ndikho zwipfa ndikho tenda uri vha khou amba uri ya ḓa ya vha advisor sa cabinet. Mara fhedzi nda ndi khou ṱoḓa uri vha ṱanḓavhudze vha ri vhudze uri hone ita impact vhungafhani kana ndunzhendunzhe ine vha ya itiwa nga NPC kha heyo kha advice dzine dza ḓisiwa kha cabinet i vha ngafhani hone ni a dzhia hedzo dzi advice na ndi tenda uri vha khou zwipfa vho minister ndi cheke na mudzulatshidulo vho minister vho zwipfana mbudziso yanga kana ndi ambe nga tshikhuwa. House Chair, I'm still waiting for your response.
Honorable members, we must now give the opportunity to the minister to find out if she heard the question or the comment that you made. Okay, the minister said she's heard the question, so she will now respond. The Honorable Minister.
Honorable member, there is definitely proof and evidence that the advices that the NPC gives to cabinet are actually implemented. We have been able to engage through the process budget cuts so that we made sure that whatever it is that is going to be done is based on research, and it will not now be something that will do away with what we have already done in terms of development of our people. Now, also when you look at the structures that are put in place, like your NICOM, structures that are put in place that deals with corruption as well, we do give our view and recommendation as NPC, and we have seen most of the things that we have been able to advise on being implemented, like the electricity issues that you see, we have been able to advise the transition to making sure that we move from a state that only dealt with output as opposed to outcome. That was ourselves as well as the NPC that have been able to come up with the research that then now shows what kind of difference will then now be able to put in place if we are able to assess whatever it is that government is doing based on facts and not only on numbers. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Graham.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, the institutionalization of planning has been one of the key strategic objectives of your department. In this regard, a number of new initiatives have been introduced, including the District Development Model and the National Development Planning Framework Bill, neither of which have seen any measurable progress. In fact, the 10-year review of the NDP provides that the progress has been well below expectations. One of the reasons provided is a lack of capacity within the state to plan and execute such plans, along with state capture and corruption. It is absolutely clear that cadre deployment is a root cause of the incapable state, as key appointments are made based on political affiliation rather than on merit and ability. Minister, as part of your mandate to institutionalize planning across government and promote good governance, will you follow the DA's model and outlaw cadre deployment by criminalizing political interference in government appointments? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much for the question. I think I'll still reiterate again. I'm not sure maybe members of DA would want us to come and educate them about what cadre development is, because clearly there is a misunderstanding of what it is. With our understanding, and I've already said it, when you deploy someone to go and transform an institution to be able to implement your own policies that would be able to transform our country so that our country can speak to the realities on the ground. That is what it's all about. A number of frameworks, of course, have been able to be developed, and this hasn't started now with this particular department. Framework have been put in place from time since the beginning of democracy to be able to make sure that whatever it is that we do in terms of planning, it is able to be assessed factually, but then monitored and evaluated if whatever it is that is happening is making a necessary impact that we need to see in our communities. So if you may ask me, I would say that the progress that we have been able to see since this department was put in place is remarkable. It is remarkable precisely because when you assess, you would be assessing on a plan that has been put in place, but you then now know exactly what is it that you are going to do as it relates to implementation of the recommendation that we would get. So our frameworks have worked, and I do believe that we have done a good job.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Manyi.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, noting that the institutionalization of the NDP has not actually assisted the country in any shape or form, that in fact, the NDP has missed all its targets, whether you look at inequality or worse than in apartheid days, whether you look at unemployment all-time high, whether you look at poverty, we're in a mess, whether you look at economic growth, it doesn't matter what you look at, load shedding, disaster, disaster, disaster. The question is, why is the NPC still following this obsolete and discredited document called NDP?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much. I think we have been able to clarify this matter so many times. Our review when we made it as the NDP, of course, was based on the reality on the ground, but we have also been able to reflect on the issues that have caused us not to be able to achieve those targets that we had put for ourselves. You cannot deny the fact that there was a pandemic that had affected the entire globe. As a result, it regressed some of the progresses that we have already made. So now we are working on making sure that we recover that which we have lost. So if you are not able to then now recognize that, I wouldn't know how to actually respond to you properly. But equally so, we have been able to ensure that through the NPC, the advices that we are able to give, in my view, have been able to ensure that at least you can see a South Africa where citizens from private sector, from academia come together to say that this is what we believe South Africa should actually look like. And at the moment, we really do believe that the recommendations of the NPC have done a good job and they are in line with whatever it is that South Africa needs in order to be transformed and get to reach the 2030 that we want to live in. Thank you.
The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Nkosi Tebekulu. Honorable Tebekulu, will you just unmute your microphone, please? Is the whip in a position to take the question on behalf of the member? Will you do so, please?
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. Honorable Minister, how does the ministry coordinate with other government departments and agencies to ensure coherence and synergy in economic planning and implementation efforts at the different spheres of government? And what mechanisms are in place to monitor and evaluate the impact of these coordinated strategies on economic growth and development outcomes? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Governments have got platforms such as the Presidential Coordinating Council, where you'd find all three spheres of government coming together to discuss issues of national importance. This is where we are able to advise and recommend and direct the plan of the country in ensuring that all the other sectors of government or the spheres of government at least follow that which we know is quite important and it should be done. But equally so, we've got different plenaries that we also have ourselves, together with different municipalities, together with different provinces as well. It is for this reason that I have alluded to the fact that the provincial growth and development strategies of each and every province and the IDPs as well, that would then now speak to the economic issues that you are speaking about, are platforms where we are able to engage and be able to give direction and recommend that which we know will speak to the Vision 2030, the South Africa that we want to live in.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, question number 165 has been asked by the Honorable Sharif to the Minister in the Presidency for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Hey, this question is difficult. It's very difficult because it makes assumptions. It's asking for a cost that was incurred. It's making assumptions that there was a cost incurred. There was no cost incurred. I hired a lift in the private jet. I didn't pay anything. So what do I say now? How much was incurred? Lifts are free. And then it's asking the reason why. The reason why is simple. Whenever there is an opportunity to save taxpayers' money, I take that opportunity. That's why I humbled myself and hiked a lift and I got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable Minister. The first supplementary question, order. I know you are very excited about the airlift that the Minister had, but the first supplementary question will go to the Honorable Sharif.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Minister, very comical in your answer, catching a lift, probably standing at the airport with your finger hoping for a lift. However, Minister, with these gifts and lifts, my follow-up question to you is, did you declare this lift to Parliament and to SARS? And who did you take the lift from? Because it's not just something just to take a
Order,
lift
honorable members.
from a
Order,
private
honorable
jet.
minister.
So my
I don't
question is,
declare
and
to
I will
SARS,
repeat
I
it
declare
because
to
the
Parliament
minister.
Order.
Thank you,
Honorable
House
minister.
I declare to the president, I declare to Parliament when time comes. If you go to even my previous declarations, you'll find that
Point
I've
of
got a
order,
list
Chair.
before.
Point of order, Chair.
I declared it. I declare it. When time to declare comes, I will declare. I've declared before. There's no secret. And I'll tell you where I got a lift from, if you are curious. I got a lift from an African business woman who owns a private jet, who was going to the funeral herself in Namibia. And her name is Daphne Mashile Nkosi. Thank you.
Chair, on a point of order, Chair.
Thank you, honorable minister.
Chair,
Honorable
with all,
Sharif, you
with all due
tried to
respect,
intervene while the minister was responding.
no, Chair, I didn't finish my question, and it was, in fact, the minister who interrupted me asking my question, and it's just unacceptable. But thank you very much, House Chair.
No, honorable members, you see, you must not get excited. It's not good to get excited when there is time to discuss things. So just calm down. Calm down. Are you okay, honorable member? Why are you rising?
I don't need a lift anyway, but I just want to say,
Order, honorable members.
Chairperson, you'll know that in terms of the rules, the member who submitted the question gets 2 minutes to ask a follow-up. Before the Honourable Sharif had finished her follow-up, the minister, in her zest to explain where her lift came from, started answering the question before the Honourable Sharif could finish her 2 minutes. And I think that the Honourable Sharif should be allowed to state her question for the full 2 minutes, and then the minister can answer after she's had that 2 minutes.
Honorable McPherson, one day when you have the opportunity to preside over sitting, then you may make those type of rulings from where you are. I recognize the Honorable Sharif, and the Honorable Sharif said that's it. And that's why we're continuing to the second supplementary question that is asked by the Honorable Masiko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. As we move away from assumptions, thank you for the clear response, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, Namibia is one of the nations which has shared similar apartheid conditions with South Africa and fought against apartheid and colonialism. What was the reception of the presence of South African state in our neighboring country as we mourn the excellency of the late President of the Republic of Namibia? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Member, SWAPO and the ANC have worked together fighting for the liberation of Namibia and South Africa. And President Hage Geingob, we've known him over a long time. He was in the forefront of the Namibian struggle. He was actually one who was sent to Namibia before Namibia came back to go and train Namibians who are going to be part of the civil service. So when we went there, obviously, for the memorial service, they received us as you would receive a brother and a sister. And they gave us the opportunity to speak at the memorial service on behalf of South Africa. So the reception was that of comrades in arms. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members,
The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable NP Sonti.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, since 2012, after the Marikana massacre by the ANC government, Sikhala Sonke Women's Organization in Matibeni Ward 26 has been at the forefront of supporting survivors, and we have not received a cent from any organization or government. We have begged, but to no avail. We assisted the survivors being poor ourselves. How are we supposed
Honorable members, order.
Wait, Chair. We have begged, but to no avail. We assist the survivors being poor ourselves. How are we supposed to feel as women of Marikana?
Thank
when
you,
you
Honorable
go
Sonti, your time
around
is up, ma'am. Thank you very much. The
in private
Honorable
jet,
Sonti, your time
paid
is up.
for by taxpayers,
Honorable Sonti,
money, but refused to help us.
Switch off,
Thank you,
Honorable
Chairperson.
ICT, switch off, Honorable Sonti. Honorable members, order. Order, honorable members. Honorable the Minister, you may respond.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, I think the question was crafted on assumptions that we spent money going to Namibia. As I say, I humbled myself and asked for a lift. I did not pay for the plane going to Namibia. I even saved because I went in the morning of the memorial. If I'd gone commercial, I would have had to go the previous day. So I saved money instead. So I don't understand the question when it says, how would they feel if we go around spending money? It's an assumption that I spent money on that private jet. I did not. With all humility, I humbled myself and I asked for a lift, which I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, the last supplementary question will be asked by Honorable MD Hlengwa. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister, ngiyadabuka nje ukuzwa ukuthi ngisazobuza kodwa ngayi assumption. Mina ngingomunye kohlukumezekile nje ukuthi ngizwile ukuthi uhambile. Kodwa itho yabantu besifazane befanele ihambe iye UK ayihambanga, uminister uhambile. Yes. So the attendance of ceremony events are important, but not overshow the need of the public accountability, transparency, responsiveness, and to our people. I would like to know why private travel has been prioritized in this instead. Yes, in this instead, at the expense of members' study tours, where we learn internationally best practices for the implementation of our legislation, and whether the minister.
It's 15 seconds.
Are you talking to me or am I talking to the minister?
Order, honorable members. Now you are making me difficult.
I would like to know why private has been prioritized in this instance at the expenses of members' tours, where we learn international best practices for the implementation of our legislation and whether the minister feels that this kind of disparity is fair to the citizen of the
Honorable
public.
ICT.
Thank
Honorable-
you.
Order, honorable members. I will
Thank
take,
you.
honorable minister, just take your seat, ma'am.
Oh.
Honorable members, I will call your names because I know your names. Once, twice it goes, and I'll request you to recuse yourself. ICT, Honorable Etlengwa, she took 4 minutes. There's a watch here that guides me. And when I say you must switch the member off, it's because he has exceeded even 5 seconds. 13 seconds, 15 seconds is not fair for any other member. I will suggest that we respect that. The honorable minister, please, you may proceed in terms of responding.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu. Honorable House
Honorable
Chair.
Minister, 1 second, there's a point of order. Honorable Majosi.
No, thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. I want you, when you make this ruling, then you must also look at the noise that is in the house. I could hear you that Mam Hlengwa, you were calling on Mam Hlengwa, but she couldn't hear because there's a lot of howling that was happening. It is when I kept the table that she could then see that you were talking to her. It was not because of she was doing that deliberately.
No, point taken. Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, you may proceed.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu. Ngiyadabuka kakhulu ukuthi angazi noma ukhulumela iPhalamende lonke inmawuthi kwakufanele singayi emgcwabeni weComrade. Singayi emgcwabeni kamakhelwane. Ubuntu nala sihlala khona emakhaya. Ubuntu buthi umakhelwane mayishonelo niyaya kuyena. Umuntu ebenizabalaza naye eshonile kuyafanele ukuthi niyomphelezela. Uma ngabe ukhulumela ngiyabona ukuthi ukhulumela iPhalamende lonke. Angiboni ukuthi abantu abala iPhalamende bathi fanele kube khona i-study tour kungayiwe emgcwabeni kamakhelwane. Kungayiwa emgcwabeni wendodana yale continent eyazabalazela ukuthi bakhululeke. Angazi nale study talk okhuluma ngaso. Mhlawumbe ngizobuza afterwards. Angibengasazi nokusazi. Kodwa noma ngabe bengisazi bengeke ngisho ukuthi South Africa ingayi emgcwabeni Namibia kushone umongameli ngoba kufanele kube khona i-study tour. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, question number 138 has been asked by Honorable H.O. Mkalipi to the Honorable Minister of Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair, and thank you very much for the question. COGTA through NDMC coordinate all stakeholders and subsequently classify a disaster in terms of what the Act would mandate, the scale and the scope of the disaster, and thirdly, allocate the funds to the appropriate body that will be a province and that related municipality, and subsequently monitor progress after the funds have been dispersed to those municipalities and the province to ensure that they are spent according to plan. In KwaZulu-Natal, Limpopo, Northwest, and Northern Cape, these 4 provinces, there are a number of 16 municipalities that were allocated in the financial year 2021-2022 to a total or tune of around 157 million, and currently 132 million has been spent. And I must also indicate that audit for disaster is real-time audit to ensure that there were total 43 projects which emanates from roads, stormwater, culverts, and water infrastructure. 29 projects in 3 municipalities, Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, and Western Cape. Rather, 29 municipalities with a total of about 2,131 For 2022-2023 financial year, a total of 3.3 was allocated billion and 1.5 has been spent. And lastly, Chair, 108 municipalities for the year 2023-24, 1.8 billion was allocated and 260 has been in the main on water, roads and bridges for the 108 municipalities which were affected. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The first supplementary question will be asked by Honorable. Yeah, over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Chair. Minister, since the floods of 2022, there are still areas that have not been attended to. There are minor projects such as small streams that need big pipes to be changed. Also, there's a family, Yakwakele, I suspect it's KZN, that has to flee each time there's rain. When are you attending to all the damages of the 2022 floods?
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair, Honorable Member. Thank you very much for the question. As I've indicated, it's more about, and I must also indicate to the House, not everything is perfect. There is a shortfall in our systems and we're reviewing our strategy, which takes a long time to assess and allocation, which usually comes at a delay instance. We're still even dealing with 2021, 2022 floods. I may not be directly aware about the Kele family, and I will, outside the House, request the details and see a follow-up. But listening to the question, for example, yesterday we evacuated 427 families in your Richards Bay all the way up because of the flood Filippo that is currently in the eastern and northern part. And 9 families refused to be moved out of their own choice. So it is difficult, even an area has been declared a wetland, or if you go to the western end in the Sidibeng area, we have notified over 400 families as well that we need relocation. And there are difficulties, and it's understandable, emotional attachments and all that to the area and space. I may not have the specific response, and I will request to the House that I be given an opportunity to attend to it. But we are fastening the process of ensuring that all the allocated funds do get spent. In the city of eThekwini in particular, on the 2022-23 allocation, they are one of the worst spenders with regard to pace in comparison to what is allocated. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Gigi Mpumza. Over to you, sir.
Masibonge, House Chair. Minister, the disaster funding is a critical aspect that government requires to effectively allocate sufficient resources to reconstruct post-disaster damages. Do we have comprehensive instruments to mitigate social and economic risk caused by disaster? And what disaster financing strategy exists to provide the comprehensive financing approach for local government to respond?
Enkosi, the Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Thank you very much, Honorable Member. As I indicated in the previous response, that we do have measures, one on how to detect a disaster, or rather a rain and inclement weather, assisted by the South African Weather Services on both either it's wet weather or dry or even drought. And out of that, as the NDMC, we then develop a strategy formed with provinces for us to be able to respond. And this strategy is across from social sector in terms of the welfare programs, human settlements, in terms of search and rescue, but also we do have the disaster response and recovery. If you talk of recoveries where you're trying to spend the money where articulated earlier on, but in terms of response, one, after the warning has been given, we also even have indicators which are able to detect the amount that will come. And we have the Department of Trade and Industry and ITC that are assisting us in terms of ensuring that there is immediate response and rescue, which takes into what municipalities primarily funded to ensure that they deal with the mitigation factors of the floods. And additionally, National Treasury has committed to World Bank. They are at the phase 1 to develop and assist us, as I had said, with regard to the finance strategy. One, in terms of the pre-planning, because there are areas, for example, Mnambit, it's a known town. Post the floods of this year or last year, it has been determined as early as 1981 that the area that they are in post 26 years, it will be very difficult town to stay in. So you also need to go to Mnambit, you need to go to Newcastle, into the low-lying areas and be able to relocate that. And prior that, there has been relocations in other cities, for example, in Vembe, in Limpopo, and also in the Eastern Cape, the north part of Port St. John's. So we do have such measures as government. Thank you.
Thank you. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable J.F. Smiley.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Chapter 4 of the National Disaster Management Center focuses on disaster, the classification and effects thereof, as well as the responses to these disasters. Honorable Minister, SADC Disaster Preparedness and Response Strategy and Funds for the years 2016 to 2030 enhances the coordinations of effective disaster preparedness and responses, as well as resilience, which outlines the preparedness and response strategy and funds for the SADC region. This responsibility for the preparedness and responses requires massive resources, which are currently limited, taking into account that government has run out of money for frontline services. Honorable Minister, climate change now poses significant existential threats to countries around the world. To this extent, that disaster management efforts needs to be coordinated across national boundaries to enhance their effectiveness. South Africa cannot escape the reality. Has the SADC Disaster Management Protocol been signed? And does South Africa
Thank
meet
you very
the
much.
protocol
The time is
standards?
up, sir. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair, and thank you, Honorable Smale, for the question. The declaration of SADC has not yet been signed by South Africa, but the protocol in terms of assisting the very same Philippo started in Mozambique, and our team went into Mozambique on the partnership that SADC has. And precisely the reconstruction of what Mozambique and Malawi have been requesting into South Africa needed us to be able to deal with our own mitigating factors first, to be able to sign into the declaration and be of assistance. But through any other difficulties in the neighboring countries, which is mainly Zimbabwe, Mozambique, and Malawi, South Africa, through our army, has also been in assistance to that. You will also appreciate that before you get into any other treaty, you have spoken also about the finances, which we must also look into as a country, but also to be able to deal with our own planning and the allocation of a seat, which is currently permanently for the SADC disaster response team housed in Mozambique, for us to dispatch permanently assistance and the running of that center. And it has been an issue that Cabinet is seized with to get us to be able to fulfill that part of the submission and then approve in terms of the guidelines of the SADC 2060 to 2030. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The last supplementary questions will be asked by Honorable S.A. Buthelezi.
Honorable House Chair, I will take the question on.
You may.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, having seen the devastation effects of the natural disaster and the financial impact it has on municipalities, how has the department and all provincial departments and disaster management collaborated with the private sector to ensure that these projects are completed in a proposed time frame?
Thank you. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Thank you, Honorable Member, for the question. We have standing joint operation and net joint ops, which we activate as soon as the South African Weather Service has given us an indication of whatever type of a disaster we have. Beyond collaboration in government entities or government spheres of government, we also have standing relationships and MOUs that have been signed. From the social sector, you'll get gift of the givers, for example, allocating and assisting government with food and clothing, school uniform, and from the sexual sector, but also from the infrastructure and developmental center for the Department of Public Works, which was ahead heads the infrastructure repair together with our MISA, Engineering of South Africa, and then is also in partnership with the government in terms of the assessment which needs to be done and planning for municipalities. I admit, Honorable Member, that we still have to enhance as COCTA, as I had said, that we're developing another framework, as I had said, what delays the repair and the reconstruction of infrastructure post floods or a disaster is the assessment period which took long. Currently, we have joined the assessment. Initially, it used to be done at a municipal level, submitted into the province, then submitted into a national. Now, NDMC coordinates them at the same time jointly and finalize the report. We've tried to set a standard of about 14 days. And in the past December, that worked very well in terms of the processing of the report and the assignment of the budget. That is why we're able to release the budget first time faster than all the previous instances of either failed fire or floods related, and improvement will still be needed in that area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable members, question number 157 has been asked by Honorable Maneli to the Honorable Minister of Public Service and Administration. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. On the 16th of February, 2024, the Department of Public Service and Administration issued a directive on human resource management and development for the public service professionalization. This directive removes the requirement for experience in entry-level positions within the public service. Consequently, the Department of Public Service and Administration emphasizes strict compliance with the new standards, notably eliminating experience prerequisites such as roles. And to this end, the department verifies the job listings before their inclusion in the public service vacancy circular, ensuring that they conform to the directive stipulations. And furthermore, the department has partnered with the Auditor General of South Africa to monitor the implementation of these norms and standards, ensuring rigorous enforcement and adherence. Let me remind the Honorable, this August House, that in 2019, an earlier directive was intended to mitigate the unemployment, high unemployment rate amongst young people in South Africa. It intended to eliminate barriers which previously were unjustified for entry in the public service. It also intended to encourage skills development and empowering new recruited personnel. As to how far we've gone, in the 3 quarters of this financial year, 2023-24, we have been able to attract a total number of 741 young people into entry positions without the experience. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The first supplementary questions will be asked by Honorable S.T. Maneli. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, masibulele impendulo yakho ezakwenza sure uba ulutsha lwethu luphendulekile ku-government we-ANC kwizikhalo zabo, kuba sesinye sesikhalo bebekhala ngaso kakhulu eso abantu abatsha ese-requirements ku-entry level xa befanele uba beqashiwe. However, my question, Minister, will be, young people are a source of energy and innovation, and the public service should be conducive to cultivating skills and capabilities. How will the professionalization framework create a conducive environment for youth to join and develop within the public service with career progression? Thank you, Acting Chair.
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. As a country and as a nation, we would realize that our universities now are producing more and more highly learned people who then, with this provision, are able to access the job market. The energy that the young people have is what we need in the public service. Hence, we made or created this regulation and directive to ensure that we pave the way for their contribution in building their own country through the skills that they already have. Because young people who graduate today are unlike those who graduated before 1994. They are techno-savvy, they are ready, they are energetic, and therefore as they get into the job market, they are ready to contribute progressively in transforming our country. And therefore this regulation has helped, has gone a long way in assisting to attract the young people. Thank you.
Thank you. The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable L.A. Schreiber.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, speaking of monitoring, the Public Service Commission recently completed an investigation requested by the DA into the issue of senior managers in the public sector who do not meet the qualification requirements for their positions. As we speak, there are nearly 1,800 people in senior management positions earning millions of rands in critical departments in positions for which they are unqualified. Minister, would you concede that the employment of thousands of unqualified and frankly incompetent senior managers amounts to a complete failure of monitoring by your department? Thank you, Chair.
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. Sometimes one doesn't really know how many times one must answer a question so that it does make sense to the person asking the question. Because this question has come through a written form, through verbal or oral questions in the House, and we have been consistent in responding to say and indicate that the 1,000 people that you would be talking about would be people that would have been employed at a point they met their requirements. And when the job requirements change, when somebody is already in the position, you don't kick out that person. That's not permissible in our laws. And therefore that person either gets trained or is moved to a position where they will be gainfully employed, where they would be meeting the standards. And the PSC itself, let me hasten to add that actually the PSC is a constitutional creation and therefore has access to everybody and will do any study where citizens would want that. So making it as if the PSC works for the DA in this House is not going to gain you any credibility extra. Thank you.
Thank you. The third supplementary question. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable R.N. Koman.
Minister. Minister, having communicated the removal as indicated in your response, there's no truth that government has totally removed the requirement of experience at entry level because the applications still reflect the need for experience, and having stated in your response that you have communicated with other departments, and what steps are taken against the departments that doesn't comply with this? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. Let me indicate that the latest directives are up to date. They actually, you probably are referring to the old Z83. The upgraded and online Z83 will not for entry position. So where there's entry position, there's no need for for experience, but also monitoring. I've just indicated that we have made it compulsory for all departments through the directive, and we have partnered with the Auditor General so that as they audit departments, a department that fails to comply that department, it will reflect on its report and we will be able to also notice, but don't forget that even before a job is advertised, we advertise the jobs. We look at the requirements before it goes out. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, the last supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Dana.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, in the first supplementary questions answer, you referred to candidates who have tertiary qualifications, which are a lucky few. But the education system of this country is one of the ANC's biggest failures. It has rendered millions of young people unemployable due to no fault of their own. So now we have unemployable products of a deplorable education system on the one side, and we have a government on the other side who's failed to create jobs and have opted to create posts instead of jobs. So my question, Minister, you say you want to professionalize the public service, but what other merit-based criteria will these appointments be based on if you cannot rely on experience and quality education?
The Honorable Minister.
Let me once again indicate to the honorable member that and remind this august house that the new employment environment in the public service is what would be contained in the amendments that this house has passed. And therefore this thing of now wanting to make this as if it's something unknown to this house, it becomes a bit of a problem. Of post, but I mean, I take it as just mere politicking to say post against jobs. What really is that? What's the difference? So for me, it is just a political statement that the honorable member is making, and I wouldn't be dragged into the mud. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, question number 143 has been asked by Honorable S.A. Buthelezi to the Honorable Minister of Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs. She has gone to the bathroom. Yes. Honorable members, because if nature calls, we should give that space. Honorable members, allow us then to go to question number 150. Question 150 that has been asked by Honorable T.S. Masondo to the Honorable Minister in the Presidency for Women, Youth, Persons with Disabilities. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much for the question. As we may all be aware, the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability has the smallest budget in government. It follows that we endeavor to ensure that all our expenditure, regardless how big or small, are spent towards our core business. And we must also remember that persons with disability are not a responsibility of the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability only. It's a responsibility of the entire government, all the three spheres, and society as a whole. So that is that's what we must understand. But having said that, in fact, everyone in society must ensure that persons with disability are given the opportunities they need. So, as the department, we produce an annual report on the implementation of our white paper on the rights of persons with disabilities reviewed by Cabinet towards ensuring that we empower persons with disabilities across all spheres of human endeavor. Through the 7th annual report on the implementation of the white paper produced in 2023, we tabled a recommendation that was approved by cabinet. As you know, every government department is supposed to at least have 2% of their workforce, of their officials, be persons with disability, including SOEs, including municipalities, everyone. But eventually, we want to get to 7%. But we have to move step by step. So we now have got cabinet approval that every department must now employ at least 3% of its officials must be persons with disability. And we are hoping that by 2030, we can get to 7%. We have also, through the National Treasury, advocated that the preferential procurement bill that is currently under consideration in Parliament also prioritizes the set-asides, not only for women and youth, but also for persons with disability. We monitor the annual performance plans of government departments, working with my colleague here in DPME, to make sure that persons with disability are catered for. And we hope that once that bill is passed, every department and its procurement will ensure that 7% is set aside for persons with disability. We also concluded a two-part research on elements of the financial and economic
Thank you,
cost of
Honourable
disability.
Minister, your time is up.
Oh,
The first supplementary question will be asked by Honourable T.S. Masondo.
Thank you, House Chair. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your response. Considering the importance of collaboration, could you elaborate on the extent to which the private sector has shown willingness to partner with your office in these endeavors, and what measures are being taken to encourage and facilitate such partnerships? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister, over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. We do work with the private sector, particularly some of the SETAs. For instance, the department has signed a memorandum of understanding with the Education, Training and Development Practices SETA, so that they can train young persons with disability on technical skills for possible placement in jobs. We're also finalizing the economic empowerment strategy. So persons with disability must participate meaningfully in the growth of the GDP. The principles of legality will apply to socio-economic rights of persons with disability and strategy, with an additional index that will inform participation of persons with disability.
Thank you. The second supplementary question will be asked by Honourable G. Opperman.
Thank you, Minister. Are the current disability-related programs adequately funded and ensuring economic opportunities for persons with disabilities? If yes, please provide us with feedback on the progress of the medium-term strategic framework targets with regards to economic opportunities for persons with disabilities.
The Honourable Minister.
As a department, we are not funded for projects. The different departments are the ones that have funds, whether it's small business, whether it's trade and industry, whether they are the ones that have the funds. That's why we monitor what they do. But as a department, we don't have those funds. And the budget is passed here in Parliament, you know that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable. Order, Honourable members. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable NP Sonti.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, we have pleading with you for a very long time to provide persons with disabilities with community projects and skills programs, especially those in rural areas. When we held an EFF manifesto consultation meeting in the Northwest with persons with disabilities, many of them said there is a deliberate effort by government to exclude them from economic opportunities because these programs come and money get used for ANC activities and not for the persons with disabilities. Is this true, Minister? Thank you so much.
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you. First of all, I would love the honorable member to give me proof of that, because I don't have that knowledge. So if you have proof, please produce.
And Honorable
Please.
Minister, Honorable Sonti, don't do that, eh? Please. You may respond, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, you may proceed.
Yes, I was saying that if the honorable member has proof that there is a budget that went to the Northwest for persons with disability, and it was taken by the ANC, we would really like to see that proof. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, question 143 has been asked by Honorable S.A. Butelis to the Honorable Minister of Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs. Over to you, ma'am. Honorable Minister of Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs, question number 143, over to you.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Thank you for the question. COGTA Northwest has signed the MOU with the University of Northwest and had a target of 700 learners, or graduate rather, in the fields of engineering, economic sciences, financial management, town and regional planning, amongst others. A total of 110 learners have been enrolled so far, provided with the assistance like laptops, and are trained for the use of monitoring, reporting and evaluation system in these various fields in municipalities to capacitate. It is important that this is not a Northwest program, but rather a partnership of a South African local government system with the Northwest University. So all municipalities ultimately out of this 600 with time will be beneficial. DCOC, on the other hand, has developed the performance assessment tool that the university is utilizing to train these learners and will be accustomed, just like M-Score system, which National Treasury has filtered in with regard to performance of how municipalities will be. So it's a tool where people are being trained, and ultimately we should be able to bridge one another and observe development in municipalities. Thank you.
Thank you. The first supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Majosi.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. Honorable Minister, thank you for your response, and also to know that at least there's 110 that have been enrolled already. Considering the ongoing strike in eThekwini municipality over wage increases, how has the department adjusted its budget to make provision for the remuneration that will be paid to these graduates each month, especially should this be an initiative spread across all 9 provinces?
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair, and thank you very much for the question. Not only in relation to the city of eThekwini, when you embark on a program, you need to be able to set aside in foresight to be able to know at whatever time that you'll be releasing your graduates, that they get to be accommodated. And as I had said, that the tool firstly renew at least in 105 municipalities where we've started, we're developing a prototype of municipal structures on how they are supposed to be. And that is why you often hear municipalities say they are being audited today on what skills and capacity and numbers that they have, so that you are able to filter in. It's not only the program that is ran. University of Cape Town, jointly ourselves and SALGA are taking about 100 graduates also for a training program so that they could be placed in municipalities. So we're running that, ensuring that we create the skills to be able to develop municipalities. And the funding, remember, of the structure of a municipality gets to be approved jointly, whether it's a funded post or an unfunded post. I don't foresee that there will be training and then a mismatch with people who needs to be placed. But with regard to what we are doing on the strike, the executive mayor did give a briefing at 12 to 14 hours today on what jointly myself, as a minister, the premier, and the MEC were able to arrive at an agreement with some, and they are trickling back to work, and work has begun to clean the city of eThekwini. The challenges we have, of course, is that there are elements of destruction. Workers are being killed, workers are being threatened, but they are currently at work. And en route from here is back to the city of Thekwini till we get it right.
Thank you. The second supplementary question shall be asked by Honorable DR Dirego. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Minister, youth and unemployed South Africans are ready to work with our municipalities to provide services to our people, such as closing the pothole, water leakages, green intervention and waste. So which programs are available that will increase local government empowerment programs or local economic development opportunities to improve social services and basic services for the youth and unemployed people who are over the age of 35? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair, and thank you very much for the question. We've looked into the repurposing of our community works programs to align it to a 80-20% strategy which used to useful work. Initially, the program and its policy was aligned towards social and economic development, which was not necessarily focusing in municipalities and was bearing very limited fruits for the municipality and the program itself. Currently, we are retraining our CWP to be able to invest into the infrastructure in terms of development of municipalities and useful repurpose work like patching of potholes, maintenance of infrastructure, training them as process controllers for our waste and wastewater treatment plants, but looking into non-revenue loss of water in terms of closing of leaks and all that. And secondly, we're looking into, as we articulated in our LED program, with regard to how do we make the economy and simultaneously ignite the areas which are part of the green interventions, the water leaks, and take advantage of what has been developed by MNE to ensure that municipalities also develop in the green economy, but also in the gas economy that has been embedded in the artisan approach as well, which we have, and the enterprise development strategy, which is done on our behalf by the University of Pretoria, the enterprise development wing, where we are training and posting into municipalities. So we believe that in this approach, we'll then be able to create partnerships that are able to train, but also give and allocate space for experiential training for municipalities and foster a stronger collaborative approach between ourselves and local businesses in the staff. And lastly, Chair, we're pairing all our one plans with what is the baseline economically within that local municipality, so that if you have a small town like identified by Kokta, Tabachwe, it has been resilient.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Your
On
time is
local
up.
economic development.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable J.F. Smile.
Thank you, Chair. Any decline in government's fiscal health directly imperils the broader economy, especially those institutions that are by mandate exposed to substantial government debt. South Africa's youth continues to battle against the ANC's government ability to create an environment to create jobs. Currently, 69% of our youth remains jobless, and faces a bleak or no future. You see, Honourable Minister, when you introduce transparent and fair government-led opportunity programs like in the Western Cape that helps young people to get the necessary leg up that they need to join the economy, where graduates graduating from provincial governments year beyond programs like at Merchants Academy, Crystal's Academy, graduates find meaningful work and experience within the private sector. Since the launch of this initiative, nearly 9,000 young people have benefited. Honourable Minister, how do you intend to assist the youth when your own department reduced its community program by 400 million rand in the current financial year, which focuses on the short-term job opportunities of the youth? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. Though the portion of the question is what has already been responded to, but suffice to say that the money that was reallocated from the CWP project is on the basis that the department was still repurposing the policy and the framework of CWP. As I had said initially, it was intended and designed to focus not only on the useful work that municipalities will benefit on, but portion of that policy and strategy is to ensure that municipalities insource more rather than outsourcing even labor work that could be done by general workers, maintenance of cemeteries, grass cutting, etc. It's not an ideal plan to outsource that, but you could be able to insource, and that will create more jobs and more employment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The last question will be asked by Honorable H.O. Mkhalipi.
Thank you, Chair. I will be taking it on her behalf.
You may.
I think the minister has partly spoke on what I'm about to ask. So, Minister, the reality is that municipalities can create a lot of jobs if they're given political direction to insource workers, in particular cleaners, gardeners, security guards, and some functions such as ICT. At the moment, many of the municipalities pay inflated prices for tenders at these functions. Why have you not considered insourcing as a way of creating sustainable job opportunities? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. I'll be brief. I've relatively touched on it, but I'll also make an example with regard to what is the impasse in the city of eThekwini currently. It's about EPWP and waste part-time cleaners, or waste collectors, if you will call it. And it falls and fits directly. And if you look into, if you have had an opportunity of the response with the mayor and what council adopted just yesterday in the city of eThekwini in the afternoon, takes us into the direction of reducing your community works EPWP, but creating a longer term employment permanent in a way in the field of security, as I've said, labor type of work like ICT maintenance in a small scale, and reduce your contractual employment, which comes through a supply chain management process that is tendering. Thank you.
Thank you. Question number 168 has been asked by Honorable S.J. Graham to the Honorable Minister in the Presidency for Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The 10-year review was released in September 2023 to the public for the first time. Now, what we usually do is that when we do our assessment, we do our assessment biannually. As a result, it means that if you then now calculate from September 2023 to now, we're still busy with our assessment and making sure that we'll be able to report adequately. However, I can say this with confidence. Some of the findings that have been mentioned in the NDP review, the 10-year review, we found out that they have already been implemented before they were actually mentioned as findings. And some of them, of course, are what the Minister of Public Service was talking about, the issue of professionalization of the public service. We've also been able to see already an implementation of the institutionalization to fight against corruption through National Anti-Corruption Advisory Council, also known as NECAC. But equally so, we have been able to take some of those deliberations that were found in the review itself or the interventions that are needed to make sure that when we went to the Lekgotla, the government Lekgotla this year, we did make sure that they are being addressed there so that departments can then now be able to know exactly what is it that is required from them. So as a result, it means that as of today, I cannot give you a list that I would say this has been done, this hasn't been done, because our assessment must be scientific and they must be based on what we have already been able to plan. Thank you.
Thank you. The first supplementary question will be asked by Honorable S.J. Graham. Honorable Graham.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, the 10-year review of the National Development Plan is an objective assessment of the progress government has made in terms of reaching the goals set for 2030. In fact, the NPC said that in its 10-year review, it had been found that unemployment was on the rise, inequality challenges were increasing, economic growth was stagnant, and service delivery had worsened. Contributing factors to governance challenges included the lack of trust in the police and inaccessibility of police stations, the social element having poor sequencing of program interventions, and the economic element experiencing a rise in criminal syndicates, particularly in the mining and construction sectors. In addressing the issues identified, the NPC provided a number of key proposals towards achieving the desired outcomes of government. Many of these proposals align with the DA's rescue plan for South Africa. They include creating an enabling environment for job creation to create new jobs, ending cadre deployment by depoliticizing the appointment of members of the public sector and boards, executive and operational staff of SOEs, a strong focus on the load shedding crisis, and dealing with crime, poverty, and education failures. Notably, on the national health insurance issue, the NPC stated that the government needs to consider governance limitations of the NHI bill prior to its enactment. Minister, what is the point of having an NPC that provides alternative proposals to government based on evidence if Cabinet is going to completely ignore the proposals, such as with the NHI? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. First of all, the NPC is made out of independent experts, so they do not represent any political party. We need to make that very clear. Second of all, the issue of NHI have been raised, of course, to say that how are we going to implement this NHI? In principle, the NPC agrees that the NHI must be implemented. They have agreed on that. Then they started engaging to say that on a matter of the board and on the matter of the powers of the minister, this is what we think should actually happen. Let us not place everything in terms of monitoring and in terms of implementation in the minister himself. Maybe we should also look at if Parliament will not then now be able to play a role. That's what the NPC said. It didn't say there's anything wrong with the national health insurance. It said that the national health insurance is actually very necessary and it must be expedited precisely because it speaks to the developmental agenda of our country. So that is my answer for you as it relates to that particular part that you just asked.
Thank you. The second supplementary question shall be asked by Honorable B.S. Yabo.
Thank you very much, Chair. The National Development Plan remains a strategic document which informs policy and planning. Despite a number of structural factors impacting the attainment of some of the targets, what measures are required to accelerate the attainment of the NDP targets in the next medium-term strategic framework towards 2030? Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Certainly the issue of coordination becomes very important as we implement the NDP, precisely because when we don't do a better coordination, all of us can be doing whatever it is that we believe that is important. But if it is not well coordinated, the impact won't be seen and it definitely won't be effective. Now, what we do believe is that, and what we have been able to put in place is, first of all, to institutionalize the issue of long-term planning, but also mid-term planning as well. We have also been able to put in place systems such as making sure that we review. We have suggested that we should review probably some of these budgeting cycles of all spheres of government, so that whatever it is that we have to do, it have to speak to all spheres of government. Interventions that are put in place must also be able to be done across all boards. We've also been able to put in place a system that then now say, how do we create a legislation that would allow national government, for example, to intervene directly in all spheres of government, including municipalities, where service delivery is not implemented adequately. So that is exactly what we believe needs to be put in place, so that then we can then now be able to see the NDP being implemented adequately. Thank you.
Thank you. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable M. Manyi.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, I'll ask this very slowly. The proposals by the NPC will have two components. Some of the things would have been implemented, some of them not implemented. So a simple question: what has been the impact of the proposals that have been implemented, and what has been the impact of the proposals that have not been implemented? And what sort of metric have you used to come to that assessment? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister.
I believe I've been able to answer that question by explaining how our cycles work in terms of assessment. We do them biannually. That's what we do. And I've then now been able to take you through when this review has actually been put in place for the public to be able to engage with it, and for us to be able to engage with different sector departments, including private sector, in terms of some of those recommendations that we have been able to put in place. So as I've already said, yes, indeed, rightfully, as you've said, there are those that were already there, but those that are not done, as I've already said, and I'll continuously say it again, we are still assessing. The impact will be able to see it after the assessment, precisely because our assessment tools, as you were asking, are based on outcome, not just the output. So we are able to evaluate and assess if whatever intervention that we have been put in place has actually been able to make a difference. If it hasn't been able to make a difference to push us forward to achieving some of these targets of ours that we are supposed to achieve in 2030, we'll then now be able to know what else can we do. And I've just given an example. I've given an example that in other areas where we'll see that a certain municipality or a certain provincial government is unable to meet their own responsibilities, if a national department can be able to intervene. So those are some of the things that would be able to be done in order for us to use tools that would be able to allow us to reach and expedite further our plan of making sure that Vision 2030, that will be happening in a few years' time, becomes a reality. Thank you.
Thank you. The last supplementary question will be asked by Honorable R.N. Kebekulu.
Thank you, House Chairperson. To achieve an average annual GDP growth of 5.4%, the NDP set the target of 30% investment as a percentage of GDP by 2030. But from 2012 to 2019, gross fixed capital formation as a percentage of GDP average 19.6%, largely as a result of decline in private investment, a slowdown in general government spending, and reduced capital spending from SOEs. How does the ministry intend to foster greater collaboration and trust between government, business, labor, and civil society to overcome sectoral interest and promote collective action towards advancing national development objectives? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. One of the work streams that the NPC have is called active citizenry. This is where we talk about the economy and we make sure that we create platforms whereby labor, government, and private sector and academia can come together to be able to work together to ensure that we build a capable state. So I can then now say to you that we are addressing that through those particular platforms, but equally so, I do believe that the environment has actually changed and shifted towards the investors finding South Africa and South African government to be a trusted ally. And I'm saying that precisely because if you look at the investment conference that was held last year, we have actually surpassed some of the target that we have put for ourselves. So that then now tells you that investors are actually getting more comfortable and they have confidence in this particular government. So we will continue to make sure that whatever it is that we have been doing through our diplomatic missions in making sure that we attract investors and investors here as well. We have been able to see the president having a number of interactions with different business people. And some of the solutions that we have been able to implement came from those particular platforms. So as a result, I do believe that systems are in place. All that we have to do is to coordinate better, as I've already said, so that we can then now reach those targets that we have put for ourselves for 2030. Thank you.
Thank you. Question 151 has been asked by Honorable MRM Mutapo Hoshi to the Honorable Minister in the Presidency for Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair, and thank you for this particular question because it assists a lot. And I think I've already alluded to this fact that as it relates to private sector, we do have a work stream that has already been put in place. Now, government has also a platform that they've created where us as a focal point do meet with private sector to deal with issues of mutual interest. And some of them we have been able to meet with them from the sectors of food and beverages. We have also been able to meet with people in the industries of fisheries, but we're also been able to meet with people in the industry of infrastructure. Now you would ask me, how do we then now evaluate and assess if private sector is actually playing a role? Because the NDP is not only for government, but it's also for private sector. Through the DDM, that is where you will then now be able to assess the impact of the participation of private sector in the DDMs. Like, for example, in the Waterberg district, one of our best DDMs, we found that the mining industry is playing a very big role in the plans, the plans that have been put in place in order to build bulk infrastructure, but also speak to the LED of that particular area. So that's how we actually have been able to put in place the issue of assessing if private sector is indeed doing what it's supposed to do. But there are other more things, of course, that we use. For example, if you are in the mining area as well, there are charters that are there that can be able to be assessed. So there are systems that are in place, and we really do believe that they are working well.
Thank you. And the first supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Hoshim Tabo.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chairperson, state central planning is critical to give expression to policy and, most importantly, to align planning and resource allocation of public and private investment in the economy. My question, Honorable Minister, what possibilities exist to begin drawing in more effective strategic planning engagements with the private sector to ensure investments in the private sector reinforce the developmental objectives of government? In conclusion, Honorable Chair, let me congratulate Honorable Kwarube for having acquired a new member seated in front of Honorable Malas. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister. Order, honorable members, allow the minister to respond.
Thank you very much for that particular question because it is very important. As I've already said, and I think this question is almost the same as the previous one that we have been able to answer. Through working together, of course, with the Department of Trade and Industry and Competition, we have been able to monitor the performance of investment conferences, and that then has been able to assist us to know that when investors come, what is it that we need to put in place so that they can then now be able to attract more? They don't just invest now. So those are some of the things that we are doing to be able to make sure that we attract investors. The Proudly South African and many other platforms that have been created by government also play a big role, most especially in our foreign missions, because that's where economic diplomacy that speaks to attraction of investment, especially foreign investment, actually take place. So we have been able to do that, Honorable Member. I'm not sure if I'm answering you adequately, but lastly here at home, and I think I've already been able to speak about that, the public-private growth initiative, where we are a focal point of in terms of working with government and private sector, has been put in place by the president, and we are representing him there. And we always make sure that we meet with sectors so that we can unlock some of these backlogs that you would find being created by red tape in government. And we have also been able to create a unit that deals with red tape in government, but not only in government. And this would then now assist investors to know that it will not take 6 years to apply for a license. It can take about 6 months. So those are some of the things, Honorable Member, that we have been able to put in place in order to make sure that we attract investment and we keep in place in terms of making sure that our national development plan will be achieved in 2030.
Thank you. The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable J.J. McClure.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, I won't ask you the files, only if and when you're going to be my PA sometime. I think you will agree with me, Minister, and I'm so happy you mentioned the issue around red tape. There are actually two parts to this which you cannot separate. And yes, it is one thing to monitor the implementation role of the private sector, but another also is Mr. John Corsi's red tape deduction unit. So obviously and surely there must be some privileges for the businesses when it comes to the implementation of the deduction and for the private sector. How will you, Minister, tell us what privileges has been implemented on the red tape deduction for private sector? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister.
If I understand you very well, but I'll try to respond. Dimzamene, Diabsam. The benefits that private sector usually have, like let me give you an example, and I think I can say this. Coca-Cola came to us and said that some of the taxes that are put on sugar, I think it's sugar tax, are actually, they believe that they should actually be relaxed a little bit, precisely because in their view, they are not necessarily put in such a way that it will help them to make more profit so that they can be able to create. But they are still trying to align to make sure that in terms of health specific attribution to this particular matter of food and beverages, they would want to comply. So they would come to us to say that we have tried to speak to the Department of Health. Even if they don't agree, the least that they can do is that they can sit down with us so that we can talk about this particular matter. We would then now be able to make sure that we do what? We do contact Department of Health and we create that enabling environment so that private sector can be able to engage with government. Not that there will be an agreement, but at least there will be a platform where they would be able to engage. So those are some of the benefits that you would get from such initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, the third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable M. Manye. Okay. I think Honorable Mam Kaula is taking the question on your behalf. We shall pass. Honorable members, we are going to the last. No, honorable member, it doesn't work that way. I've called him and I'm going to the fourth supplementary question. The last supplementary question will be asked by Honorable R.N. Kebekul.
Person in the upcoming 20
your voice,
and the
Ndabezi,
potential
your voice.
impact on the
Honorable Majosi, can you take the question on behalf of Ngos Kebekul? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Oh, my voice. No, excuse me, House Chairperson, my voice is a bit squeaky. I'm sure you'd understand that after a massive manifesto that we've had.
Honorable members, order.
But going back to the
Order.
question, going back
Honorable
to the
members.
question, I started.
Honorable Josie.
Honorable Minister, I cannot stress enough the importance of promoting the development of small holders and small business, as well as facilitating their access to domestic and global value chain and markets. How does this department plan to leverage public-private partnership and strategic collaboration to create an enabling environment for smallholder participation in value chain and enhance their integration into a broader economic system?
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you for that particular question. The NDP states that if we have to really increase employmentability, lack of a better word, or employment in our country, we have to invest in small and medium enterprises. That's what the NDP says. It says that for us to be able to achieve that, it means that we must invest more in SMMEs. Now, what we usually do, and I think we collaboratively work with the Department of SMME as well, whenever there are issues that has to deal with matters such as maybe, let me say, government processes or government projects where SMMEs are actually are playing a role, we would then now write to them if they are not being paid on time, because some of the things that have made some of these SMMEs to actually die before time is precisely because they were not paid on time. We've been able to improve on that by working together and coordinating together with the Department of SMME in making sure that our government at least does ensure that whatever it is that they are doing, they do it to make sure that they will support the SMMEs to grow. But if you also look at the interventions that we have been able to do as it relates to building SMMEs, especially from the presidential platform side, we have been able to deliberately make sure that we support SMMEs, even at that particular time when we were still under the pandemic, specifically because we did understand and we do understand that SMMEs are not necessarily viable all the time, but they would then now require that they should be able to sell their product as much as possible in order to be able to make the profit that they need. So we have been able to put in place funds that would assist them to be able to meet their responsibilities so that they can then now be able to create the jobs that we need as it relates to the NDP.
Thank you. Honorable members, question 156 has been asked by Honorable MT Kibi to the Honorable Minister for Public Service and Administration. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
And thank you, House Chair. DPSA has undertaken a comprehensive review of all the Public Service Act regulations, determinations, and directives to ensure that the norms and standards are appropriate and are drafted in a manner that assists departments in properly implementing and complying with legislation. The DPSA is reviewing the disciplinary codes to ensure that the necessary changes are effected to manage non-compliance and ill discipline and to circumvent the protracted disciplinary processes and precautionary suspensions. And parallel to these legislative measures and to strengthen the department's capability to comply, the department undertakes continuous engagements and workshops with all departments to build institutional capacity and to provide support to achieving compliance of prescripts. Let me also remind this House and the honorable members that the norms and standards are also prescribed as a framework within which the public service functions. The Section 16A of the Public Service Act provides for measures where there's non-compliance with the Public Service Act, its regulations and determinations, as well as directives, through disciplinary processes and reporting mechanisms to Parliament. And B, in order to monitor and ensure effective consequence management, the following systems were adopted. First one being the quarterly monitoring reports to the Minister of Public Service and Administration on discipline management based on information submitted by departments. Where departments are identified to be non-compliant, non-compliance letters are issued. To ensure implementation of the prohibition to conduct business with the state, the department draws a list from the central supplier database to monitor employees who are alleged to have conducted business with the state. The list is shared with the affected departments to investigate, and where necessary, departments are required to take corrective action against such employees that would be affected. To ensure implementation of the directive on other remunerative work outside the employee's employee, ethics officers, as part of the lifestyle review process, monitor if those employees with permission to perform other remunerative work uploaded their certificates onto the e-disclosure system when disclosing their financial interests. Non-compliance is followed up with the respective and affected departments. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The first supplementary question will be asked by Honorable MT Kibi. Over to you, ma'am.
Ndiyabulela mhlali ngaphambili. Enkosi mphathiswa ngempendulo ecacileyo kumbuzo ebendiwubuzile. Ndifuna ukwazi ke mphathiswa ukuba galelo lenini na eliyakuthi lenziwe kukuphunyezwa kwe-Public Service Commission Bill ekuqinisekiseni okanye ekomelezeni iinkonzo zoluntu ekwandiseni injongo yayo kwizigaba zontathu zikarhulumente. Enkosi mhlali ngaphambili.
Enkosi, the Honorable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. The Public Service Commission, the bill will enable it to cease to be a public or to be treated as a public service department. Let us be reminded that this is a chapter 10 of the Constitution institution, which is expected to be independent and as such to be able to monitor the compliance of all departments in the public service with the constitutional prescripts if they meet the constitutional requirements. And now when it is treated and when it is handled in the current form as a department, there is potential for conflict of interest, and therefore the bill in front of Parliament now seeks to address and normalize the environment within which the Public Service Commission functions, such that its independence is guaranteed. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable T. Halsa.
Thank you. Minister, in light of Deputy President Paul Mashatile's response to a DA question at the NCOP yesterday, stating that it was only through the ANC's cadre deployment policy that
Honorable
qualified-
Halsa, 1 minute. Just probably sit down so that your voice can be audible on the
Okay.
mic.
No, I can speak.
Okay,
can I
please
start
do
again?
that, your voice. Thank you.
Okay, I'll start again. In light of Deputy President Paul Mashatile's response to a DA question at the NCOP yesterday, stating that it was only through the ANC's cadre deployment policy that qualified and skilled persons are placed in leadership positions in government institutions, how many permanent government department positions are vacant due to suspended officials or staff members, and what is the cost to taxpayers of South Africa for continued payment of salaries to both suspended and acting staff, while disciplinary actions due to mismanagement and corruption by the deployed takes years to conclude? I thank you.
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. In as much as the question is multi-pronged and is not necessarily a follow-up question, if you read what the original question says, but on the detail that the question expects, I wouldn't have the numbers with me now, but we can give to the honorable members the numbers that she expects. But with respect to cadre deployment, I don't know what this obsession is of the Democratic Alliance with cadre deployment. We are cadres, we are deployed here and we are performing. And that's why South Africans vote us every time. It is because we are here to do our work and do it diligently, effectively, and efficiently. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, the third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Majosi in the House.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Honorable Minister,
Honorable
the
members,
Public Service Commission,
order, honorable members. You
the
make it
Public
difficult.
Service Commission
One
has
second, Honorable
noted.
Majosi. Why you are saying point of order when you converse very loudly? It's because the minister would not hear and capture the question correctly. You may proceed.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. The Public Service Commission has noted the significant number of grievances referred by employees due to department's failure to resolve grievances internally within the prescribed timeframes. Are there mechanisms in place for the department to improve internal grievance resolution within government departments and ensure timely and effective handling of employee grievances?
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. I can guarantee seated here that each department does have a grievance procedure because it is within the regulations that each department does conduct grievance settlement procedures in a manner prescribed and in a manner determined in law. And therefore, yes, there will, where there are people, there will always be grievances and hence the grievance procedure, and it is followed. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, the last supplementary question will be asked by Honorable H. Daniel.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Minister, let me just eliminate your confusion of earlier. A government is supposed to stimulate job creation by promoting a thriving and stable economy instead of stimulating post-creation. So the ANC government has failed in stimulating job creation and instead have created posts within the public service. And that is why we have a bloated public service and an even more bloated public service wage bill. And that is the difference between creating jobs and creating posts. That is also the difference between a good government and an ANC government. But to get to my question, Honorable Minister, with reference to consequence management, will your department do away with your practice of your revolving door practice of merely redeploying naughty cadres into other departments in the public service? Or should we take your recently leaked party lists and the cadres on your party lists to be a resounding no to that question? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you again, House Chair. You probably would have noted that, House Chair, more than a question, this is a statement casting aspersions on ANC leadership in government. I'm not sure if I'm ready to go down the muddy route again, but I do want to say that it is clear that some of us in this House, when they see capable Black leaders, they fear. They start fearing and they end up just throwing insinuating statements that are not questions. I've answered questions in this House. I'm not going to debate that statement. I'm not ready for it now because I don't know what I will say in terms of your House rules.
Thank you. Honorable members, the time allocated for questions has expired. The outstanding replies shall be received in a printed handset. Honorable members, the Secretary will read the first and the last order of the day.
Consideration of 2024 fiscal framework and revenue proposals and of report of Standing Committee on Finance thereon.
Thank you, honorable members. There is no list for speakers. However, now I will now recognize, I don't have it here. I will now, honorable members, request and call upon the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee of the Standing Committee, Honorable MJ Maswanganyi, to introduce the report.
Desiree. Thanks very much, Chair. Let me present the report of the SCOF on the fiscal framework and revenue proposals. Na kensa msamashitulu va holobye vachaviseki hinkwenu na milosa. The Minister of Finance, Honorable Godongwana, tabled the 2024 national budget before Parliament on 21st February 2024 in terms of PFMA, money bills, amendment procedure and related matters. National Treasury and South African Revenue Services responded to the issues raised to the public hearings, engaged with the committees and stakeholders on the 1st of March 2024. Fiscal framework overview over the past 30 years. Over the 3 decades, Honorable Chairperson, spanning from 1994 to 2024, the South African economy has undergone significant transformation. ANC took from an apartheid government that ran the country on the basis of excluding the black majority from the mainstream of the economy. Large, white-owned conglomerates controlled large parts of commerce and industry. The apartheid state had run up substantial domestic debt, resulting in an unsustainable budget deficit. The ANC government had inherited a fractured economy. From an economy in crisis, the ANC government has made enormous strides in addressing the legacies of apartheid. From 1994, the ANC focused on developmental expenditure, growth, and expanding the tax base. In 1994, the real GDP was approximately 276.4 billion rand. In 2024, GDP stands at 7.4 trillion. Government estimated revenue has grown from around 89 billion rand in 1994 to 1.9 trillion in 2024. Government expenditure has grown from around 115 billion rand in 1994 to 2.2 trillion in 2024. This expenditure is translated into increasing electricity connectivity to 89.6% in 2022. Access to clean piped water increased to 88.5%, though there are lots of problems in the Tshwane DA-run municipality, Honorable Sarpen. Millions of learners are attending no-fee schools, accompanied by school nutrition. Lots of research documents have been conducted on how nutrition impacts on the child's learning ability. The committee received inputs from the PBO and FFC. The two bodies assist the committee in analyzing the budget and for the SCOF to play an effective role on national treasury and financial sector in general. We got a briefing from the minister on the budget. During the minister's briefing with the Committee on Finance, National Treasury provided an overview of the 2024 budget. The overview highlighted that the economy needs investment to grow and create jobs, while outlining plans to ensure development through sustainable public finances. The following week, on the 28th of February, we conducted public hearings. We received written and oral submissions from stakeholders. We want to indicate that we take the inputs from the stakeholders serious, because public participation is the cornerstone of participatory democracy. The committee acknowledges that the 2024 budget was tabled in a challenging environment of stagnant economic growth, persistent domestic structural constraints, and tax revenue below 2023 budget expectations. In this difficult context, the 2024 budget manages to strike a reasonable balance between fiscal consolidation and development, and continues with some of the key fiscal objectives outlined in the 2020 MTBBS. The committee notes with concern that the real GDP growth remains stagnant, having averaged 0.8% since 2012 and expected to average 1.2% over the medium term. The expected growth rate will still not be sufficient to create much needed jobs in the economy. While growing the economy is a government-wide responsibility, the committee urges for a speedy implementation of economic reforms and the creation of a conducive environment for the economy to grow, create jobs, and encourage investment. The committee recommends that National Treasury considers the stakeholders' recommendations about measures to address constraints to growth. The committee notes that the 2024 budget GDP growth forecasts are too optimistic given the current economic challenges. The committee reiterates its recommendations that National Treasury should regularly engage with the committee to report progress made in implementing its risk mitigation strategy. The committee notes with considerable concern that moderate economic growth rate projected over the next 3 years will not be sufficient to absorb new entrants in the labor market. The committee recommends that National Treasury should regularly provide progress made on the targeted public employment programs, including the ETI, and assess whether these programs are effective in achieving their intended objectives. National Treasury and SARS should consider the concerns raised and recommendations made by the stakeholders on these programs. The committee knows that revenue collection has deteriorated substantially over the past year due to weak economic conditions, leading to a revenue shortfall of 56.1 billion in 2023-2024. The committee recommends that SARS should intensify revenue enhancement initiatives, address tax fraud and evasion, and collect maximum revenue to the government to enable it to deliver on its constitutional obligations. The committee notes government's commitment to maintain the social wage, which will account for 60% of the total non-interest spending over the medium term. The committee welcomes an amount of 7.4 billion set aside in 2024-2025 for the PEI, and believes that these funds will assist in reducing high levels of joblessness, particularly among the youth. In regard to the debt, recognizing a constrained fiscal space, the committee recommends that National Treasury report quarterly on the effectiveness of its debt management strategies. That will ensure that the level of debt stabilizes over the medium term as expected and avoid a sovereign debt crisis. The committee accept the 150 billion rand drawn from the SARB's GFECRA over the medium term to reduce government borrowing and bring the country in line with international best practice. You understand, Sarupen? It is recommended that National Treasury and SARB, which is the Reserve Bank.
Honorable Masonganya, please take your seat. Why are you rising, Honorable Member?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to find out if the chairperson would allow me to ask him a question.
Okay, Honorable Masonganya, no, members, no. Are you ready to take a question?
Nyambos, we are serious here. This is not a. This is
Okay,
not.
no, don't respond to Nyambos, please answer me.
Nyambos, we are not in Joburg market theater here. This is Parliament. We are serious. We are dealing with the finances of the country. Thanks, Honorable Speaker. The committee, however, remains concerned that at the projected 1.1 trillion over the medium term, contingent liabilities remain high, and if these liabilities materialize, the debt to GDP ratio will not stabilize as expected. The committee recommends that considering the immediate risks posed to fiscal framework, National Treasury's efforts to bail out SOEs should be accompanied by stringent conditions that must be upheld, regularly monitored, and reported. National Treasury must ensure that the conditions set are met before additional guarantees are provided. On revenue, the committee welcomes the proposal to implement the global minimum corporate tax in line with the global developments. The committee urges SARS for a clear and achievable framework to deal with illicit financial flows, base erosion, and profit shifting, to grow the revenue base and report progress made to the committees. The committee appreciates significant improvement in the quality of submissions and presentations made and robust discussions held on the 2024 budget public participation, and appreciate the comprehensive response by Madiba. The committee welcomed the National Treasury's focus on social grants, as I've said before. Social grants provides a lifeline to millions. Social grants provide a crucial safety net to the most vulnerable. Many households will be destitute without the social assistance safety net, which has shown to have contributed to a reduction in poverty. The committee welcomes the extension of the SRD grant until March 2025. While the committee recognizes the severe budgetary constraints, it reiterates its previous position that National Treasury and government should consider the BIG after the necessary consultation with the relevant stakeholders. The committee is concerned about the delays in removing South Africa from FATF, Task Force Grey List, and this poses a risk to the fiscal framework. The committee notes that National Treasury and the relevant stakeholders made progress in this regard. While the risks remain, the recommendations that still need to be implemented do not include the financial sector, and more work needs to be done by the security cluster in this regard. The committee recommends that National Treasury and relevant institutions should intensify efforts to remove South Africa from the grey list and report progress made to the committee quarterly. The committee knows the National Treasury's response that the National Health Insurance allocation of 1.4 billion over the medium term was only for preliminary upgrading of the infrastructure in preparation of the rollout of the insurance scheme. We as the committee, we welcome this initiative and we are fully behind the National Health Insurance. Having considered the 2024 fiscal framework and revenue proposals, we move for the adoption of the report. Nikensini.
Councillor Mchabisegi Maswangai. The next speaker is the Honorable George.
Thank you, Chairperson. Our economy grew at 0.2% in 2023. Although the ANC government celebrated this in an attempt to somehow take credit for this tiny bit of growth, that happened despite its incoherent economic policy and gross mismanagement of the public finances, the budget relies on growth of 0.6%. If the ANC remains in government after May, we will see further cuts to the budget for service delivery in October. National Treasury has also stated that another tax increase will be needed to fund the national health insurance. Tax was increased through stealth this year, with tax brackets not adjusted for inflation. Government also announced its raid on the Reserve Bank that will start shortly with the first 150 billion rand. This will not be enough to plug the massive drain of 1 billion rand per day that South Africans are paying for interest on debt that government accumulated on consumption expenditure and not on infrastructure, as could be expected from a functional government. Government expenditure is not sustainable, no matter how much it raids from the Reserve Bank or it expropriates from the pension savings of hardworking South Africans through prescribed assets. Government has no political will to tackle the big ticket expenditure items that are draining the fiscus faster than revenue is collected. The public sector wage bill is bloated by cadres deployed in a process the ANC is determined to hide from the public, despite the court ordering them to reveal the minutes of these illegal appointments. The state-owned enterprises, hopelessly bankrupt and unable to deliver electricity or operate the ports and railways vital to our economic growth, get bailed out again and again without any improvement. Misguided preferential procurement adds a massive 20% to government expenditure costs, making the already empowered rich even richer and leaving legitimate beneficiaries behind in poverty. South African households are battling a never-ending government-induced cost of living crisis, and 5 million children are starving, according to the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund. 81% of households are skipping at least one meal a day. This in a rich country, suffering under a government that extracts whatever it can for the political elite who belong in jail and not in public office, as we see on the ANC lists initially leaked from the IEC. We have a growth problem and a spending problem. And if these are not addressed, the debt problem will get even worse. To generate growth, government needs to focus on doing the job it was elected to do and then get out of the way. It also needs to attract foreign direct investment. And for that, it must ensure that South Africa is an attractive investment destination. It can't do that when it sends signals from Moscow and acts on behalf of those determined to replace freedom, democracy, and the rule of law and a market economy with an autocracy incompatible with our constitution. In its ANC bailout budget, government chose itself before the people instead of cutting tax on fuel that could lower inflation and reduce the cost of transport and food, and instead of expanding the zero VAT rated food basket to include bone-in chicken, beef, tinned beans, wheat flour, margarine, peanut butter, tea, coffee, baby food, and soup powder, it gave the people nothing but a tax increase and the real prospect of even more cuts to service delivery. By retaining the child grant at far below the poverty line, it is choosing to buy generators for its cabinet ministers instead of nutrition for its children, a sign of a government so drunk on its champagne and caviar lifestyle that it cannot even mention the cost of living crisis. Government does not respond because it doesn't care. After the ANC government loses its majority in May, the climate is going to change. We need to get off the FATF grey list as soon as possible, and that needs the political will to prosecute those responsible for illicit cash flows that are driving investment out of our economy. A short while ago, the ANC couldn't pay its staff and suppliers and was getting sued by Ezulweni for over 100 million rand. Then that suddenly all went away. And it is spending lavishly on stadium events and other visible election spending, funded via Qatar. It submitted disclaimed financials to the IEC, who never batted an eyelid. and its murky donations from Russia and Iran are hidden behind the veil of Chancellor House. This is not the behavior of a government committed to financial transparency and getting our country off the list of jurisdictions that are threats to the global financial system. Despite an incompetent and corrupt government trying to occupy a central position in our economy, and remains fixated on building the developmental state that it is proven to be utterly incapable of delivering, there is the hope that lies beyond 29 May. We have a young and entrepreneurial population that is waiting to be freed from government policies that have taken away the massive opportunities that our rich country can offer. This is the opportunity cost of a broken and failing government. In our alternative budget, the DA has set out how we will achieve economic growth, resolve the energy crisis, bring debt and spending under control, and ensure support for the most vulnerable South Africans. Under these conditions, the people of South Africa can become everything that they are capable of becoming. All they need to do is to make the right choice when they pick the government in May that can rescue South Africa. We do not support this fiscal framework. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. We now invite the Honorable Shivambu. Did you get the permission?
Yes.
No, the rule says that the person must get permission.
Yeah.
Proceed.
Yeah, I think it's probably having connectivity problems, but I'm here to back up. Chairperson, there are several admissions and concessions made by National Treasury about the state of South Africa's public finances. Debt service costs are the largest expenditure item budget, sitting at some 356 billion. Economic growth since 2012 has averaged 0.8%. Last year alone, it was 0.6%. And this is far below the levels needed to address the high levels of unemployment and poverty. What this means is that the ruling party has dismally failed to grow the economy, develop the productive forces, and therefore is shrinking the base upon which taxes must be collected. Over the same period, government borrowing has ballooned to support the rapidly rising expenditure. As a result, debt service costs are choking the economy and public finances. There is no believable plan on how South Africa's debt will be managed in the foreseeable future. Honorable members, the weak performance of our economy has resulted in a sharp deterioration in tax revenue collection for year 23-24, sitting at 1.73 billion. Tax revenue for the same period is 56 billion lower than estimated in the 2023 budget. The state of South Africa's public finances, dismal failure to create jobs, to build and maintain critical infrastructure, and to develop reliable electricity to our people has led to multiple and multidimensional poverty and underdevelopment crises confronting our country. More than 11 million people are unemployed. These are people who are willing, capable, and ready to work, but cannot find jobs. What is painful is that the majority of these are young people. Half of the population lives in poverty, with more than 28 million people dependent on one form of grant or another. Water, roads, and electricity infrastructure are dilapidated. Most of the water from the purification plant is lost through leaks even before it gets to end users. And our roads are full of potholes. Denel has collapsed. Transnet was deliberately collapsed to allow for privatization through backdoor. SAA was sold for 51 rand by a corrupt minister. We see now he has reversed the deal. Mango was given to a meticulous CEO to collapse
Point of order.
to give large market share to privately owned
order.
FSA.
Is the hand?
We know that there are still more.
Point of order.
Honorable Manye, please take your seat. Honorable Khadebe, why are you rising?
I'm rising on Rule 85. The member there has just alleged that the Minister of Public is corrupt. So he must bring a substantive motion for that.
Thank you very much. Any member who wishes to bring any improper or unethical conduct on part of the other member to the attention of the House may only do so by way of a separate substantive motion. That is the rule that was quoted as 85. Unfortunately, I didn't hear what you just said. Can you help me? Did you hear?
We know there are still some who are hell-bent.
Honorable member, I'm still consulting because I did not hear that part. Yeah. Honorable Manye, I'm told you referred to a minister who tried to sell SAA, and that is the coin contravention of the rule that I just read. Please withdraw.
But I didn't mention the name. I didn't mention any name.
No, a minister.
Which minister? Which
Honorable
whoever
member,
impeached,
please.
Whoever impeached.
No. You withdraw. Honorable Manye, are you going to withdraw?
Grudgingly so, because I have more things to say.
Honorable Manye, I don't want conditions. You withdraw or you
Yes,
don't?
ma'am.
What?
We know there are still some.
No, Honorable Manye. Yes, what? Wait, that's your problem. You are confusing. I don't even hear other things. Honorable Manye, are you withdrawing?
Yes, House Chair.
Thank you.
We know
Thank
there are
you.
some. We know there are still some who are hell-bent on continuing with the deliberate collapse of ESCOM. Many of the SOEs are being deliberately collapsed to weaken the state's capacity to deliver. South Africa is now a lawless country. The levels of murder rates in South Africa are higher than in some of the countries that are at war. More than 27,000 people were murdered in 2022-23 reporting period. There was general increase in murder rates, sexual offenses, attempted murder, assault, common assault, robbery, and contact crime. The ruling party has demonstrated beyond any reasonable doubt that they carry neither the individual nor collective capacity to resolve South Africa's developmental challenges and crises. We therefore stand here to give key highlights of what we as the EFF government will do when we take over government and when we politically lead this national treasury from June 24 onwards. One, we will transform the fiscal policy, in particular budget allocation, to be able to be the primary driver for localized industrialization of all goods and products that are consumed and utilized by the state. This will include driving a localized industrial production of motor vehicles used by municipalities, waste collection trucks, buses and minibuses used for scholar transport, police vans, and all vehicles used by government officials and public representatives at the provincial and national level. Number two, the EFF-led government.
Order, may I
and
please,
national treasury-
order, honorable member, may I please hear the member on the podium, please? Proceed.
And they're chewing my time here.
No, your time is always.
The EFF-led government and national treasury will amend all procurement legislation to be the primary driver of optimal land use. The state is the largest single buyer of food for school, feeding schemes, hospitals, prisons, and we will drive this policy and all these foods locally produced at small scale farmers. Number three, the EFF will use its already existing relationship with the People's Republic of China to enter into fair and balanced build, operate, and transfer agreements for massive infrastructure rollout, which will include a rail network that will interconnect South Africa's major economic centers, whilst purposely linking with areas where new cities must be built and interconnecting into the entire continent for ease of trade. The PRC has already played an important role in building similar infrastructure in Ethiopia, Kenya, Nigeria, and Angola. Listen, the EFF will make sure that all the existing coal power fleets under ESCOM have a minimum of 80% energy availability factor and therefore ending load shedding. Number five, the EFF will use its already existing and cordial relationship with the Russian Federation to build and operate 6,000 megawatts nuclear power station, which will provide baseload and dependable electricity for all our people. The EFF will consolidate a solid strategic partnership with Mozambique to optimally use gas for electricity purposes. The EFF is ready to govern. The time for the ANC is over. Viva EFF, viva!
Thank you, Honorable. Order. Honorable Sonti, I've been listening to everybody here trying to calm you down. I don't know what happened to you. Please don't do that. Honorable Buthelezi EM.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu Sihlalo. Enkulumeni yesabelo mali yalonyaka ungqongqoshe wasikhumbuza ngenhloso enhle kahulumeni yokuhlinzeka ngakho konke abantu bakithi abekulindele esikhathini sentando yeningi. Wathi uma ngamcaphuna nje umgomo kahulumeni kweminyaka 30 edlule kwawubuyisa kokubili ubulungiswa kwezenhlalakahle nezomnotho esizweni sakithi kanye nokubhekana ngqo lokungalingani kwawuphawu lokucwaswa okuhleliwe kanye nokuphucwa umhlaba. Inkulumo ke leka ngqongqoshe yabuya yanikeza ithuba lokuthi abheke emuva leminyaka eyedlule bese etshela ngobuqotho abantu bakithi ukuthi yini engwela phambili uhulumeni ayenzile. Nokho ke Sihlalo ungqongqoshe wakhetha ukwengula phezulu waziba ngokuphelele amaqiniso phambi kwethu nesiwaziyo sonke. Kahle hle bobabili bonomongameli bakhetha ukunaka isibonelo sodwa sendaba yempumelelo leso sika Dintswalo oyedwa egidigidini zabantu bakithi ababhukuda ekuhluphekeni. Nakuba ke ikhona inqwela phambili eyenziwe uhulumeni leminyaka 30 lokho siyakuvuma kuhle futhi kodwa ngeke silibale nokuziba ukuthi namhlanje basikhuluma nje abantu bakithi abaningi abasizakele kulo hulumeni. Izwe lethu lilahle umzila kuyiwo ngakho silingela engozini uhulumeni ka-ANC wehlulekile. Ubufakazi balokho engushoyo Sihlalo udaba nje lwansuku zonke load shedding esilahlekisela abantu abaningi emsebenzi nangamathuba ukuwa kweinkampani kahulumeni osekuxebule igidigidi zemali yomphakathi ngendlela eyincithakalo nengenazi izithelo. Ukungasayi phambili nokungabikho amathuba emisebenzi kakhulukazi entsheni yakithi ubugebengu nenkohlakalo lokho okuyizinto ezinundela izwe lethu emazweni omhlaba. Konke lokhu Sihlalo kwenzeka ngaphansi kweqembu elibusayo kaKhongolose. Sihlalo bungafunga ukuthi lokho akwanele namhlanje basedebate nje lesabelo mali ngikhuluma nje kunezizwe lesisha sabantu bakithi esingaze sibe khona leso esibizwa ngamaphara. Lezi ingane zethu ezihlakaniphileyo namalungu emndeni yethu ahlulekiswe uhulumeni azakhetha kuyinikela encithakalweni. Lokhu kubonisa ngokusobala ukuthi olunjani uhlobo lezwe esisoba yilo nabantu bakusasa uma nxa uhulumeni oholwa ANC eqhubeka ukuba semandleni. Kodwa noma kunjalo Sihlalo hloniphekileyo sesekhona ithemba. Iqembu le-IFP lokuphela enexazululo zalenhlelo esibhekene nayo futhi lolodwa lethembisa kanzulu. Ngakho sicela ukuthi abantu bakithi basethembe ngalomzuzu. Simngomumo ukuba basijube sesikulungele basebenzele. Ngakho ke okukodwa kufanele basikwenze ngesizwe ukuba sivala umnyango semva kwethu wenkohlakalo nencithakalo sivale sakugaqaza bese sivula umnyango phambi kwethu sivale futhi umnyango lo wenkohlakalo kanye futhi siqede abaholi mbumbulu abahamba phambi kwethu bese sivula umnyango phambi kwethu okumnyango omuhle ongelela emphulelweni yethu nasekusaseni esilifunayo. Umnyango omuhle ozokusikhandela amathuba lapho khona zonke lezi zinto ezincithakalo nazo zonke lezi ezikhubaza izwe lethu yoba into esikhathi esedlule. Ngakho iqembu lenkatha njengoba sonke sibonile bekade lethula uhlwa lwezethembiso zalo eMoses Mabhida ngempelasonto edlule lapho umongameli wayo oyilunga lalendlu uMnumzane Velenkosi Nhlabisi atshele izwe ukuthi njengenkatha sesikumisele ukuba basithume basijube ukuba sibalekelele sibalungisele yonke lenhlekelele edalwe labo abangasenza sokudla okuyiqembu elibusayo. Ngakho ke Sihlalo hloniphekileyo angeke sikugcizelele ngokweqile ukuthi isiqwelisizo lethu sikhula ngamawala asikwazi ukucosha izinkece ezanele ukuba sikhokhele izindleko ngesikwazi ukugcizelela nanokuthi i-wage bill kahulumeni iyakhula minyaka yonke nokungekho izinyathelo ezisobala ezikhombisayo ukuthi uhulumeni umelwe noma ukulungele noma uyafisa ukuthi akulungise
Ngiyaxolisa,
lokho.
isikhathi
Ngiyabonga
sakho
kakhulu,
siphelile, mnikazi.
Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Vessels.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Chair, South Africa currently finds itself in an unprecedented economic crisis due to the ANC government's mismanagement, abuses,
Order, members.
corruption, and skewed priorities. The Honorable Masangwani speaks about transformation of the economy and that the ANC transformed the economy in the last 30 years. How does that transformed economy look? There is more people annually in the last decade that are disgruntled and do not even seek jobs anymore. We have limited job opportunities. We have a small tax base. We have a 0.2% economic growth. That is how the transformed economy looks. More than 14 million South Africans are in severe poverty because of them being below the food poverty line. Is that a success? It is not. We need a plan. We need a plan to rebuild the economy, but the ANC does not have a plan. Your plans have failed. Your policies have failed. But this fiscal framework, once again, is based on the failures, a repetition of what has been proven not to work. We don't have an efficient and sustainable economic growth rate in South Africa. And before we get that, we won't have prosperity. We can't restore the fiscal dilemma which we are currently in. We need to appoint the best person to do the job regardless of his cart-carrying cadreship. We need to appoint people who can restore our infrastructure and our service delivery. We need to eradicate corruption by having the political will to do so, which the ANC lacks. We need to do away with needless regulations that are currently the barrier to growth and to the private sector expanding and creating job opportunities. We need to have policy certainty, which we currently do not have. We need labor legislation and regulations that encourage and facilitate job creation. We need real structural reforms that facilitate the fourth industrial revolution, which the ANC can only talk about, but do not actually implement and actually are part of. We need quality education and skills development rather than only talking about it. A bad government, Chairperson, cannot only be described as bad. It should rather be described as the enemy. You are the enemy of the people, the enemy of the country. U tyd het uitgeloop en daar is gelukkig hoop. Want op die 29ste Mei...
Honorable Vessels, please take your seat. Why are you rising, honorable member? Antwoord mee. Gaan jy 'n kwessie neem?
Yes, I will.
Please.
As you say, you need quality education. Do you think the education the government of the ANC is offering now is less than bundle education that was offered during apartheid? Are you referring to that?
Thank you. You may respond.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson. What the ANC government should talk about is the fact that 30 years later, a child can still only go to school in Afrikaans or English. Are you better than the previous government? No, you're not. You had 30 years of opportunity to develop all official languages, but you have not. Because you spend money only on yourself.
Order.
Because you spend money on luxuries of your ministers whilst the people are suffering.
Order.
You don't eradicate the bucket system at schools. No, you don't. You don't build new schools. You don't. You have failed the people. But luckily, on the 29th of May 2024, the people can start rebuilding and restoring this country by getting rid of this uncaring government. I thank you.
Thank you. Any member from the UDM? No, Honorable Swart?
No, thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the public
Other
finances
members?
are in a dire situation. Gross debt is grown from 1.58 trillion 10 years ago to a staggering 5 trillion this year, and is set to peak at 75% of GDP in 25-26. And this is far higher than the 60% of GDP recommended for emerging economies. This, I'm sure, is of great concern to every member of the House, as it is to the ACDP. And despite National Treasury's commitment to fiscal consolidation since 2012, both the budget deficit and debt to GDP ratios have consistently increased. Rising debt levels and debt service costs absorb more than 20 cents of every rand. Chairperson, 20 cents of every rand that is collected. That's 385 billion rand for this financial year, and crowd out much needed expenditure on social development, health, community development, economic development, and peace and security. This is a direct result of slow economic growth caused mainly by crises at Eskom and Transnet, and of course, poor economic policies by the ANC government. It is, in our view, time for change. It is time for change and time to vote in a new government. Chairperson, the ACDP believes that slow economic growth and reduced tax collection has resulted in the new need to reduce government expenditure. Revenue collection has deteriorated significantly. Windfall tax gained over the past 2 years have come to an end, and National Treasury predicts a revenue shortfall of 56.1 billion in the present financial year. Chairperson, the ACDP believes rather than increasing taxes, the tax base must be broadened, whilst also improving tax compliance and administrative efficiency. And while no tax increases were announced, personal income tax will be increased by not adjusting the tax brackets, rebates, and medical tax credits for inflation, and this will put further pressure on already constrained households and individuals. The ACDP is also concerned about the proposals to use the 150 billion rand in the Jafekra account to offset the fiscal deficit. The Finance and Fiscal Commission emphasized that the use of this account is in effect weakening South Africa's strategic position and capability to stabilize currency value in an increasing volatile world economy. The ACDP agrees, and by accessing these funds, President Ramaphosa is shielding the ANC from the consequences of poor economic policy choices, corruption, and wasteful expenditure. And it creates a dangerous precedent. What happens for future governments wanting to use this account and then depleting the country's reserve buffer? The ACDP cannot support accessing this account.
Thank you. Your time is now
we
up.
will not
Thank
support
you.
this report. I thank you.
Thank you. Anyone from the UDM? ATM? The Honorable Sheikh Imam?
Thank you, Chairperson. The National Freedom Party supports the report tabled here today, indeed. I see there's a whole lot of attacking, insulting, abuse taking place, something that I think we've experienced for the last couple of...
And Honorable, please, I want to hear what
Is
the
that-
Honorable Member is saying.
Is that not the reason? Is that not the reason why we find ourselves where we are? Rather than finding solutions to where the country is and where we want it to go, all we can do is attack, attack, and attack. But let me advise this House, the challenges exist in every sphere of government, wherever anybody governs. And that goes for all political parties. The easiest thing to do is to attack the ruling party because all the others are looking for one thing in common, and that for a regime change in South Africa. There has been successes in the country, and let us not compare this to the days of apartheid. During the days of apartheid, our people were treated as subhuman. Let us be honest, Bantu education, you know exactly what we're talking about. You know the contribution of the Indian community in South Africa and how they had to build schools on their own because the apartheid government refused to build those schools. So let us not try to compare what has happened in apartheid and today. What we've inherited in this country, Chairperson, is a bankrupt state. Let us not forget that. Let us not forget the fact that over and above receiving a bankrupt state, there were illicit financial flows where the raw materials, the minerals of this country were through the Zionist state of Israel being sent through to Switzerland and other countries in the world. That is why you find today that many of the assets of those big conglomerates who continue with the illicit financial flows, and we call on the minister to deal with this illicit financial flows where huge companies in South Africa showing losses in South Africa and profits abroad just to evade taxes. Yes, we must broaden the tax base, but make sure that these people are compliant as far as paying taxes. We know that there's been an increase of about 132,000 jobs in the last quarter. We welcome those things and we think that a lot of work needs to be done, Chairperson. And the fact of the matter is there are weaknesses, but more importantly, there's been a lot of successes. If you look at the number of people that have homes today, the number of people that have drinking water today, which we've never had in the days of apartheid, the NFP will support this report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Honorable Nkomo.
Thank you, House Chair, and greeting honorable members, the Chief of the ruling party, and ministers present. Let me start by saying, asinavalo and asoyiki ngokoyikiswa. Our people knows the truth. That is why they continue to vote for the ANC, because they continue to show their confidence in us. Honorable Vessel, I just want to address this. What you've just said about the education system, it is an insult to the generation of 1976 that fought against the apartheid education system. Honorable Speaker, the African National Congress welcomes the budget, which was tabled at the time when the world and the country are recovering from the impact of the coronavirus pandemic and the conflict. The cost of living has risen globally as countries have taken measures to reduce inflation levels through increasing interest rates, which mostly impact the poor and the middle class. We welcome the tax proposal that aimed to generate 15 billion for the 2024-25 year. With the market increase in the fuel price, the government has not increased the fuel levy and the ref levy, resulting in a tax relief of 4 billion of consumers and fuel price hikes. Yesterday, the Standing Committee on Finance considered Pension Funds Amendment Bill, which ensures the two-pot system is implemented. The two-pot system will allow South African public and private sector workers to access a portion of their pension fund. We are happy as the ANC that the workers of South Africa are awaiting the introduction of the two-pot system on the 1st of September 2024. This option allows workers to draw a limited amount to caution the impact of the cost of living. So it simply means that if you don't have to wait until you are 60 or 65 to access your pension, but you can access a particular amount. To protect the vulnerable and poor, the budget increased the difference social grant with an increase of 100 rand to the old, war veteran, disability, and care dependency grant. This amount will be divided into 90 rand effective from 1 April and 10 rand effective to October. There will also be a 50 rand increase to foster care grant and a 20 rand increase to a child support grant. These are tangible measures to mitigate the cost of living by the ANC that cares. We also welcome the introduction of global minimum tax rule, which seeks to protect the corporate tax base limit and limit tax competition, and are expected to increase corporate tax by 8 billion in 2026. This strengthens our measures to address base erosion, profit shifting through the income inclusion rule and domestic minimum top-up tax, which focuses on municipal companies, which aligns South Africa with the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. We are confident that the further commitment to allocate funds for SARS will strengthen its capacity to address illicit financial flow, base erosion, and profit shifting. Artificial intelligence and machine learning offer opportunities to even further develop complex ICT systems, which can enhance tackling illicit financial flow, base erosion, profit shifting, and tax avoidance. Our revenue system already has technological base and can evolve its capacity. Honorable members, we also need to acknowledge that despite our economy facing a number of challenges that impact its growth, key institutions such as South African Revenue Service have ensured efficient tax collection. Over the past 5 years, the sixth administration has made prudent decisions to ensure that critical government programs anchored our development are supported without interruption. The government continues to provide funding to sustain basic services. In other instances, social services have been expanded, such as the comprehensive social security system through the introduction of social relief of distress since the pandemic. The government has also expanded access to higher education through fee-free higher education for poor, and this year the funding for a missing middle has been secured. Honorable members, South Africa has a relatively high debt to GDP ratio compared to previous year. We must note that the national level of debt does not signal a challenge or a negative economic indicator. What is critical is ensuring the debt we accumulate as a country contributes to economy's medium to long-term growth trajectory. Many countries have higher levels of debt, which are able to sustain through a growing economy. We're also confident that the bold measures to end load shedding and secure long-term energy security and intervention to address the network industry, we believe economic growth is the only sustainable answer to the debt sustainability question. Honorable members, one of the mandates of the National Treasury is to coordinate fiscal and monetary policy, and by implicating fiscal policy and monetary policy instruments are critical to ensure debt sustainability, to ensure the economy of the country grows and the public expenditure. We welcome the decision of the National Treasury to tap into global and foreign exchange contingency reserve to support debt sustainability measures with the drawing of 100 billion in the current financial year. We further propose, Honorable Minister, that we should widen our scope of the use of the reserve also to support economically stimulating intervention and to restrict it for debt purposes. We also call for the continuous prudent consideration of other monetary policy instruments to support fiscal policy without crowding capital for investment. Honorable members, South Africa is the most unequal society in the world due to its colonial history of dispossession and exclusion of the Black majority into the economy. Our redistributive tax system should enhance wealth-related taxes to collect sufficient tax. This is critical to lessen a focus on income tax and VAT to increase government revenue. As the taxes impact workers and the poor the most, we must also consider increase the company tax to 28% as the case. We support the budget as it enables government to continue providing more services, and we call for better delivery to improve the living condition for South Africans. When the ANC speak, everybody listens. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. AIC. Cope.
House Chair,
Yes,
As
Honorable Lotte.
as COPE, we cannot support this report because the overview highlights that the economy needs
Order. I can't hear.
because the economy needs investment to grow and create jobs. Because of the dreadful situation of public finance, investors are flying away. There are no structural reforms that will improve state capacity, and therefore, the environment for public and private investment is badly lacking. National Treasury is cautioning that nothing can be done at the moment to reverse the consequences of operational, maintenance, and governance failures at state-owned enterprises responsible for electricity, rail, and ports. This is a severe indictment for government. The gross loan debt to GDP trajectory is about 16 percentage points higher than the median emerging market level. This is very bad. National Treasury is saying that reducing the debt service cost is critical for growth and development. And as this is projected to actually increase, there cannot be economic growth and development. Job creation won't happen. Our economic decline will also be made worse by the supply side constraints to economic growth, namely a sharp decrease in commodity export prices, increased borrowing cost for the government and consumers, and the impact of high interest and inflation rate on consumption spending. South Africa is facing an economic nightmare. Government's revenue collection has deteriorated substantially over the past year due to weak economic conditions. Compared with the 2023 budget, National Treasury is predicting a revenue shortfall of 56.1 billion in 2023-24. There is going to be a very slight increase in revenue collection over the medium term, which will come from personal income tax increases of 15 billion in 2024-25. Consolidated expenditure will amount to 2.4 trillion in 2024-25, way more than projected revenue. Our country is going deep into the debt trap. The 2024 budget has added 57.6 billion to expenditure over the medium term, mainly to cover the cost of the 2023 Public Service Wage Agreement. This increase is going to be funded with more borrowing. The gross loan debt is now projected to reach 5.2 trillion, or 73.9% of the GDP in 2023-24. The debt keeps climbing. The total approved guarantees to SOEs are expected to increase by 33 billion to 503.3 billion by 31st March 2024. Most SOEs remain in distress due to weak governance, financial strain, and poor operational performances. Even so, they get more and more money and guarantees without anything being improved. But the biggest shocker is the debt service cost will rise from
Honorable Lwaje, your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. We now on PAC. Honorable Hendricks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, you heard from the Honorable Member of the ANC a few minutes ago that South Africa is the most unequal society in the world. I'm sure you know that whites are 7 times better off before apartheid after 3 decades. The fiscal policy does not address this inequality, and we've had 6 parliaments to do so. Then you hear the Freedom Front pleading poverty. What a joke. The fiscal policy should start introducing reparations by beneficiaries of apartheid. The Finance Committee should have spent more time in closing the loopholes of illicit financial flows, which would have doubled the budget for the 7th Parliament with more tax from the corporates. But we are giving the corporates a free ride. Treasury also agreed with me when the minister used to meet with leaders of political parties. It doesn't do so anymore. That in every line item, there is 30% fat. They should remove that fat It is shameful that we have a fiscal policy that does not provide for decent work in terms of the Convention on Decent Work, which President Mandela signed and for which he received the first annual award, and Comrade Winnie received the second award. So that is just triple whammy, and full employment is a manifesto promise of Al-Jamaa. This can only be achieved if there's full employment and the target be in 2030. The fiscal policy does not give hope and excludes the prosperity that will come from inter-African continental trade. The fiscal policy should have given direction that the prosperity will come from trade between the streets. Al-Jamaa will support the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Hendricks. Let's not forget that we have conventions in this house, and one of them is that we should have plain walls or we should have parliamentary buildings. I like the wallpaper, but it's not what we agreed upon. Can we now proceed to the Honorable Sarupan?
Thank you very much, House Chair. Chair, I'm honored that Honorable Maswangani was concerned about me in this debate, that he mentioned me twice in his speech opening this debate. I just want to say to the ANC, please don't worry about me. All I want is growth and jobs for all South Africans. You should be worried about former President Zuma, Ubaba. He is coming for your votes in Southern KwaZulu-Natal. Leave Northern KwaZulu-Natal, go door to door in Southern KwaZulu-Natal. I strongly recommend it. So Ubaba is coming for you. I'm not worried about any of you. You must be worried. Ubaba is coming. Now, I'm also concerned. I enjoyed when the ANC heckle me. I really do. And it really helps me get into the zone to give a good speech. And there's going to be so much fear of you after the election. I'm not going to be able to give these good speeches if there's only going to be 160 or 170 ANC members. It's going to be so sad for me. I'm actually quite worried, but it's okay. I'll trust you to sort yourselves out. Now, we're debating the fiscal framework. And when we consider the fiscal framework, we need to speak about credibility. And we can't, not ANC list credibility, real credibility. And credibility of public finances is critical because it lowers borrowing costs by lowering our sovereign risk premium. It provides confidence to investors that the state is responsible in its fiscal planning and execution. It shores up macroeconomic stability. It ensures that we have resilience to economic shocks. It lowers inflationary pressures, and it leads to long-run economic growth. Sadly, over the last decade, the state has been progressively drifting away from fiscal credibility, starting with the Zuma era and accelerating under President Ramaphosa. Ubaba started it, but President Ramaphosa continued. Every year in this budget, unfortunately, the state produces its growth outlook, and every year for the last decade, these growth outlooks have been overstated. Now, this is very worrying when we can't even project 2% growth. So we're now in a situation where Treasury says growth will be 1.6%. We end up with real growth at less than 1%, usually 0.6. This undermines all budgetary assumptions in a budgetary framework, and last year led to a massive deficit. A second example of drift away from fiscal responsibility is the fact that the state does not have the capacity to take difficult decisions for the good of South Africa. So we produce budgets to make warring factions of the ANC happy. In 2023, the government budgeted a 0% increase for civil servants, but you failed to follow through because of a hysterical response from your friends in Kasatu, and because your many cadres said we're not going to get increases this year and had a meltdown. So 30,000 millionaire managers in national and provincial government who consume huge amounts of government money and the big proportions of our salary increases said, we can't do this, so you had to give them increases because the comrades need more to eat. Now, a third example of this drift is the fact that the state has consistently over the last decade failed to stabilize government debt. We keep hearing plans and projections to stabilize government debt, but our fiscal framework shows that this is not being met and debt is out of control. It will reach 5.2 trillion rand this year. And instead of taking some hard decisions and reducing bailouts and guarantees to SOEs, this year, their guarantees to SOEs will increase by 33 billion, bringing the grand total of bailouts and guarantees to SOEs to 503 billion rand. Now, the operating principle of the fiscal framework, unfortunately, has been reduced to one principle, that cadres need to eat. So cadre deployments mean that people keep eating above salary inflation increases. cadres continue eating through corrupt SOEs, and South Africans continue to struggle. As a country, we cannot afford a government who uses tax money primarily to benefit the factions of the majority party. The budget provides a very clear reason why it's time to end the rule of ANC cadres. Thank you.
Thank you. Mhlonishwa GJ Skosana.
Ngiyathokoza sihlalo ohloniphekileko malunga ahloniphekileko sizwe sekhethu lotshani. When we took over the government in 1994, we promised our people that we would improve their living conditions and advance transformation and renewal that will permeate through every facet of our society. We said in our RDP-based document that, I quote, both business and labor have the freedom in a democratic South Africa to protect and promote their immediate interests. It is the government's hope that they will jointly pursue the broader changes of extending the opportunity to the millions of adult South Africans who can currently find no place in the formal economy, close quote. 30 years later, many people have found a place in the formal economy. Since 1994, more people entered the workforce. Total employment increased from 11.5 million in 1994 to 16.7 million to date. I hope Honorable Vessels is noting that, and Honorable Sarupen. The South African economy is almost twice as large as it was 3 decades ago at the birth of democracy. And as individuals, we are on average better off by 1.5 times by monetary measures when we measure by the Human Development Index, which adds health and education status. The fiscal framework correctly ensures development through sustainable public finances, and despite persistently low economic growth, the ANC-led government continues to protect critical services, stabilize debt, and support economic growth through reforms. The emphasis on structural reforms is important and requires international comparison to make the point. The implementation of reform in China in 1980s enabled China to move from an impoverished state to the second largest economy globally. Like China, we have to stick to economic development as a central task, continue to liberate and develop productivity, and persistently reform systems that hamper economic growth. The reforms in electricity, rail, ports, and telecommunications are a necessary requirement to enable this growth. These network industries are important in reducing the cost of doing business and living in South Africa by lowering production costs, thus making South Africa attractive for investment. Malunga hloniphekileko, our growth will further gain momentum once qualitatively start moving to high value added production to support structural transformation. Significant progress has been made in enhancing industrialization and notable successes in the automotive sector. The reimagined industrial strategy introduced master plans to facilitate social compacting in growing the productive base of the economy between government and other actors. 8 such master plans are being implemented. To illustrate the point, investment seen in special economic zones like the Tshwane SEZ, which introduced local production in the automotive sector, has since created 625 jobs, and the combined impact of SEZs and industrial parks across the country has resulted in the creation of an estimated 65,500 jobs. Isuzu has upgraded its local manufacturing facility with an investment of 1.2 billion rands. The investment has secured 1,000 direct jobs and enabled around 25,000 jobs at hundreds of suppliers across the country. These SEZs and industrial parks are the center of driving special transformation in the economy. Sizwe Sekhethu, growing revenue collection is critical to ensure fiscal sustainability. The investment in infrastructure of 943.8 billion rands will over the medium term crowd in private sector and enable growth. The structural reforms will facilitate a shift in the quantity and quality of infrastructure delivery and ensure that projects are implemented more effectively. The partnership with DFIs and pension funds through Regulation 28 will enable fast-tracking and delivery of critical services aimed at driving growth, which will relieve pressure on the fiscus and enhance revenue collection in the process. Staloton Peglego, we do acknowledge that we've got fiscal challenges and fiscal crisis, like other members of the opposition have indicated. However, as the chair also indicated that we've got a number of recommendations that we have put forward to remedy the situation. But members of the opposition must also acknowledge the fact that the legacy of apartheid and colonialism has also contributed a lot for us to be in this particular situation. Honorable George, you must remember that as the ANC, we inherited a bankrupt government. A bankrupt government, and it was bankrupt because of the massive looting that happened during apartheid. So it's the point that you don't want to make. Honorable vessels on set are bankrupt regering her ear as the ANC. So those are the things that made us to be where we are. But also there are other global challenges, Honorable Sarupen, that you must take note of. The Great Recession of 2008, which its effects are still there. You must also note the pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic of 2019 and 2020, its effects are still there. It had a very rippling effect on the economy. So as you raise this particular point, you must also note that, Honorable Mani, when you say that the EFF is coming in, the ANC is going out, you are contradicting Msholozi. And you can't contradict Msholozi because you are the spokesperson of the Zuma Foundation. Sholozi said that the ANC will govern until
thank you very much.
So you can't contradict him, Sholozi.
Thank you.
The ANC will govern until Jesus comes back.
Thank
you very much. As the ANC, Siyawusekela lo mbiko. Hashtag Siyabuya. Hashtag
Thank you. I will order, honorable members, order. May I now invite the Honorable, the Minister of Finance.
Honorable House Chair, we said the aim of this budget is balancing development and fiscal sustainability. But let me state that over the past 30 years, this government has tried to follow the constitutional injunction of the progressive realization of the rights of our people. I made the point, progressive realization, progressive realization does not mean it happens in one day. Let me cite by way of example. Of the matriculants that obtained university entrance last year, 65% of those came from no-fee schools. Which means kids from poor background. It's a progressive realization of these basic rights. We stated we make no claims. We stated in the budget and in the budget speech that over the past decade, the economy grew almost on average 0.8%.
We did not say that's a better performance for a developing economy. We accept that. Forecasting is something that also all other, it changes from institution to institution. Let me cite an example. The IMF last year said the South African economy will grow at 0.1%. We were at the budget at 0.9%. By the time we tabled the medium-term budget policy statement, the IMF has gone to 0.9% where we were at the beginning. We moved downwards to 0.8%. By the time we tabled the budget this year, we revised our forecast to 0.6%. And then the Statistics South Africa came to the same number, 0.6%, which was our forecast. It is in that context that I must emphasize that we said our three pillars is ensuring macroeconomic stability, implementing structural reforms, enhancing state capacity. On the revenue front, I would imagine one of the things we need to do is to arrange some time for some education from our colleagues on this side to understand how GFECA works and what is Praxis International, and how are we managing the risks of currency fluctuations as part of that structure. How is it structured? So that people must have a better understanding of it. I think that's going to make more sense. Let me say again, the Honorable President, His Excellency, the President in the State of the Nation address said that the 350 is going to continue and the 350 will be improved. My colleague, the Minister of Social Development, is going to publish for comment a comprehensive social security program. And that comprehensive social security program will define a better platform and the future of the social security net in South Africa. We then said also that my colleague is going to publish regulations. And as she published those regulations, he will publish the new grant, how much the new 350 will be increased. I'm pleased to say we find consensus that in between, subject to the finalization of the comprehensive social security, will increase the 350 to 370 by the 1st of April this year. That is part of the progressive realization.
Order.
Progressive realization of the basic rights of our people. Much has been said, which I think people do not understand. At the moment, people are more canvassing than focusing on the substantive issues raised in the budget. We made the point that on the revenue front, performance has not been to
Order,
expectations.
honorable members.
And as a result of that, we had to make the necessary changes we did, including the GFECA changes. I must say one of the important things about the GFECA is that it has always been on the liability side on the Reserve Bank and on the asset side of Treasury. If you follow over the years, you have been reading the budget review, you would find that the GFECA is there. Moving forward, we have developed a framework of how in future we're going to treat devaluations on the GFECA account and how those funds will be transferred to the fiscals and under what conditions. An agreement between the governor of the Reserve Bank and the Minister of Finance will be signed pretty soon. We therefore think this budget is one of the best budgets under difficult circumstances. It has been welcomed worldwide, I must make that point, welcomed worldwide in the markets and by all economists, by a number of progressive people in the country. So it has been welcomed, except those who are trying to undermine it because of the elections. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable members, order. Honorable Mam Kaula, ungarasi kangako. Ake ukhulume kahle njengaba. Thula ke uzamkhulumisa ngaphandle minister. Order. Honorable members, may I now recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party?
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, I move that the report be adopted by the House. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there objections? Order, Honorable, Ayman, wait. Mam Kaula, no, you can't do that. We are in a house here, we are not outside, please.
House
Please. Yes, I'm going to start here. Yes, we are coming to you.
House Chair, please note the objections of the DA.
Thank you. Mama Shabela.
House Chair, please note the objection of the EFF.
Thank you, Honorable Swart. Vessels.
Chairperson, please note the objection of the Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you.
House Chair, please note the objection of the ACDP. Thank you.
ACDP also objection, yes. With those objections, the report is thus agreed to. Thank you very much. Honorable members, may I now request members to stand and wait for the chair and the maids to leave the chamber. That concludes the debates and the business of the day. The House is adjourned.